So,
Hi.
welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Between Two Streamers. I am Mike. This is Huey.
I'm Huey.
Yes, Huey. And today we are here to talk about the evolution of gaming. Our experience. Episode 5. This is a thing now. It is continuing on. We were just talking before the volume came on for you guys about how, like, I don't know what you guys think, but like it's been like a month since the last episode, and it feels like we just did an episode like a week ago. It's crazy.
A month flies by.
It really does.
Crazy.
So, well, we appreciate everybody. Yeah, I don't get it.
I love it.
I love it too. I know.
We love doing this. I'm just like, holy shit, it's time again. It's been a month.
It has been a month. It sure has.
So good.
So yeah, evolution of gaming. A real quick shout out to everybody who has been over to the YouTube, the support over there. We really appreciate everybody going and watching the 3+ hour episodes of Between Two Streamers on YouTube. So
a lot of content,
and obviously, thank you everybody who shows up here live as well. This is
yes,
you guys are all amazing. And like Huey said, I can speak for myself. I think I speak for the both of us. You know, like Huey just said, like that we're loving this. It's amazing. It's going so well. You know, like it's been absolutely amazing. So just
get pumped. We get pumped, and Mike and I get together like a few days before a show, right? Like middle of the week. And we just like we have a show within just prepping. Like Mike and I just
it's very hard because like we try to hold back the conversations for the topics. Like we get together and we do like an outline, right? But it's like we'll just like start talking. Like we want this conversation during the live show to be pretty natural, you know. So like we try not to have the conversations before the actual show, but it's so freaking difficult because I think the both of us just like to talk. We're like, well, what about this? Okay, well here's what I thought. Oh, wait a second, hold on, don't talk about that. Don't talk about that yet. Save the thoughts.
Okay. Yeah. Well, now I'm gonna drop this now then, because I feel it's on topic, and then we'll do it again at the end of this episode. But
okay,
what are we gonna do before the next show?
Nothing.
Right? So everybody that's watching, Mike and I have looked ahead. The next episode is going to be July. Crap, I had the date. July 16th. And if you check your calendars, that's a Sunday. The next episode is going to be a Sunday morning. You heard right, morning. Sunday morning, coffee and donuts, nothing stream.
No plan.
No topic, no plan. We're just going to show up, go live in our PJs with coffee and donuts, and we're just gonna shoot the shit and see where it
goes. Like that's gonna be an interesting. I mean, they're all interesting shows. Don't get me wrong, but like, just where that's gonna go. Yeah, no plan, no plan whatsoever. That's gonna be good.
Yeah. There will be a lot of prep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's something to look forward to. We don't have a lot of prep for the next show. We get to just do it.
Just a graphic, just coffee and donuts on our screen, and
yes, obviously a little graphical work.
And no
plan. Just no plan. So just
everybody
eat donuts, drink coffee, and be like, "Hey, what's up? What are you doing
right
now?"
Gonna be good. Gonna be good.
You know what would be even better for that is if. Obviously, like I know it's not going to happen, but because like you're up there in the beautiful Canadian landscape, if you were able to have like the Canadian wilderness background sitting there sipping your coffee, like
maybe I could do like a porch stream with the phone.
Porch stream, right?
Outside by
that would be hilarious. Just having a little fire outside. Did we just plan a late night camping stream?
Hey, marshmallows,
making s'mores and stuff on stream.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Right, so we've already gone off completely on a tangent.
Yep.
Look at all the Marios. Well, yeah. So the Marios on the graphic is kind of pertinent to what we're talking about today. It's the evolution of gaming. We're talking about some of the extremely early consoles, not just some of the extremely, like the original consoles. Kind of trying to get all the way up through our modern age gaming that we're currently living in. So
it's come a long way.
It has come a hell of a long way, and we found some really good information to share in doing our research for this episode. Props to Huey for finding the website that honestly gave us a lot of information as to the history. So, guess without further ado, shall we? Let's get started into the evolution. Let's get into it.
In case people didn't know, Mike and I are avid gamers.
For anybody who
we like to dabble. We like to dabble in gaming. We enjoy playing. So, and I'm pretty sure that's how we met most of you lovely people. So, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's how we met each other.
That's how we met each other.
Via gaming, and
we're surprised that it took 5 episodes to get to talking about video games, since this is the biggest part of our lives.
I know, right?
How we all met, but here we are.
Yeah. That is kind of funny. Yeah, it took us a while. We did a couple movies, did some music, we did some 90s stuff, and
but one of the biggest things, one of our biggest hobbies.
Yeah, the clearest hobby. The show is literally called Between Two Streamers, indicating that there's video games involved, and we're yet to talk about gaming until episode 5.
Yeah,
our marketing is on point. All right, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Like we could say, the thing we all literally have in common.
Yeah. We should probably talk about gaming.
Yeah, we just really wanted to alienate as many of you as possible before we actually got to gaming. Okay,
right.
That's what we were, So, yeah, yeah. I guess beginning consoles. Where it began.
Why don't you start us off?
Okay, so 2 of the beginning consoles, the big ones are the Magnavox and the Atari.
Wicked Heart just went, what?
Yeah, Wicked. We're still like 20 years before your time right now. It's all good, dude.
The fuck is a Magnavox?
Yeah, right. Oh no! Oh, it's grabbing the wrong one. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of troubleshooting here, but I'm trying to pull up the pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. There it went back to normal size. A couple of the So what were we talking about?
You have the where was that? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
I
forgot to save the picture. Yeah, I was just.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So the Magnavox. Okay, this was like the original, the OG home console right here, and I think that like the Magnavox gets overlooked a lot because everybody's like, you hear Atari a lot more than you hear at Magnavox.
Yeah.
And he did have an Atari. Thank you very much. He says we've been corrected. Oh. My bad.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
Bad. Whoa.
I'm sorry. We're sorry.
But and so like like I said, the original Magnavox, but like even speaking for myself, like I started with the Atari. I did not have a Magnavox or anything like that. I wasn't extremely familiar with it until we actually started talking about it.
Same. Yep.
You're the same way. Okay. So I'm trying to get that window. I'm trying to find where. So like around what time? 1967. Right, late 60s. Late 60s is around the Magnavox, I believe.
The first home, it says the first home console, the Magnavox, was in 72.
Oh, 72. Yep, there it is. Okay, so around 1972. So this takes us quite a ways back in time. This is 13 years before I was born.
Right.
So quite a distance back. But then I think that as like we were talking, is a lot of people's like original console was the Atari. The Atari is what really kind of put things in the mainstream, I feel, and that's what
Right.
always kind of still dominates that OG market whenever people are talking about it.
Can you
So
Google the brown box?
yes,
Ralph Baer brown box.
yep, I've already got it. Okay, let me.
That was
Boom.
first video games.
Yeah, this was the original.
The brown box.
Oh,
Now that was only with like text only or whatever. That was like
boom,
tic
here we
tac
go.
toe.
Yeah,
Some of the first. So before the Magnavox. That was in the 50s.
right.
Crazy.
It's
Crazy.
insane. Like, so here's
Way
another
before
thing.
Computers. Way before, like, this is the dawn of,
The dawn of
computers.
gaming, and like,
Yeah, the dawn.
so
Crazy.
think of it this way too. You got like not only is like the dawn of gaming, like you were just saying, but think of like the technology of television back then as well.
Right.
You think like
There's no screen there. This is just literally
Yeah.
text. This is playing
Yes.
tic-tac-toe
Yes.
without
Yes.
a pen.
And like in the late 60s, whenever you think about like, okay, so 69, the man first walks on the moon. All right.
Right.
So you think about, like you've seen all the movies and the shows and the recreations and that kind of stuff of like what people were actually watching, like the moon landing on. And it's like the huge, gigantic boxes that are like black and white with
Right.
like the bunny ears on top that you have to like move them around to like try to get a signal and get it tuned in. So it's like,
Yeah.
as we're talking about it, I kind of thought about this the other night after we were talking, and like, we're obviously talking about the evolution of gaming and the consoles and everything, but it's like, damn, even what we play on, like that's almost a topic in itself. There's like a whole
Absolutely.
electronics, like I feel like consoles, gaming, watching movies, all of that stuff is a form of entertainment that's all involved with each other. And we kind of didn't talk about that a whole lot last night,
No, we
because,
didn't.
because like, whenever I think of Pong, like I remember playing Atari on Pong, and it was on like the biggest, boxiest TV you could ever imagine, that was like 100+ pounds, and you just never moved it.
No.
And you had to be on channel 3.
Yes. Yeah.
So
Yeah. And it was literally lines moving on the thing. And now, like, now we're so fucking spoiled. You get a game like Starfield that's taken 25 years to make, and people are fucking pissed because it's at 30 frames per second. What do you mean it's not 120 frames or 60 frames per second? This is bullshit.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, fuck. I'm not playing that game. 30 frames per second. Fuck.
Completely unplayable. So
yeah.
So I know YouTube. I don't know if YouTube will flag us for this. Surely not. But I do have like I have a Pong, example going up there right now. Like, this was the first game I remember playing.
Yeah.
you got the little joystick.
And fun as hell. Fun as hell. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Weren't there controllers with a dial?
There were. We had those too.
You dial it, right?
Yep,
and it would move the bar up.
We had
down.
joysticks and dials. So we had a couple different variations. Yes, I think I do. But now that you say it, I think you're right. Like, I think I remember playing Pong mostly with the dials to move it up and down. But correct me if I'm wrong. Pitfall was another Atari game.
Pretty sure. And then you would use the joystick with the button, right?
Yes, here it is.
Okay.
So, again, we won't play the whole thing, but this was another one that I remember playing a lot of, was the original Pitfall.
Even that, like, look at the difference between Pong and that. There's look at that. That's like a big step. There's color and shit, like different, like
the
was there color when it was actually? Was there color when it was actually?
Yeah. It was color. No. There was color.
So like that's actually a big step up from Pong, man.
It is. It is. But like I feel like I mean, if you think about like how games are these days, even from early 2000s to now, think about how far the graphics have come. Like the graphics have been evolving at an extremely fast pace ever since the very beginning, ever since they started playing with the images and figuring it out, because I mean we went for you go 8-bit to 16-bit to 32 to 64 to and just marches its way up again. We're referring back to like the advancements in technology and that kind of stuff. But But yeah, those two when I was little were like my jam. Like
those were your jam,
dude. Pitfall and Pong, dude. Like just that was my beginning. 100% into gaming. And
nice.
I have to agree with Toro here. He says that he sucked at Pitfall. Like I was a little kid and I sucked at Pitfall, but I grew up out in the middle of nowhere. Like nothing around me. So it was literally like go outside and play in the dirt or play Pitfall or play with toys. Like those were my three options. It's not like kids these days that could like pick up their cell phone or go do this or go do that. You know what I mean? Like I was very limited in my childhood as to the things I could play with. And Pitfall was one of them, no matter how bad I was.
But did you also suck at Pitfall, or were you a master at Pitfall?
No, I could pick up Pitfall now and still suck at Pitfall. I guarantee it. I don't remember ever getting better at Pitfall. Like it was definitely one of those things I was probably like too young to like learn how to play it. Okay, like same with Pong. I was young at the time. Right. Like I feel like it probably wasn't until around like Nintendo, the regular Nintendo, original Nintendo, I should say NES, that like I started gaming, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like back in those days, I moved shit around on a screen, and then at NES, I actually started gaming. So So anyways,
so yeah, that's what so that's what Wicked's got there. So I was same as Wicked, like. So my dad had the Atari, but it was always kind of packed away or whatever. Like I never. Our first one that we kind of got was the NES.
Okay.
And same kind of thing. For like it came with Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt was on like the same cartridge.
Yeah.
It was like the thing was like split. Came with the gun, the zapper,
the light gun, dude,
and
the most accurate gun that's ever been released to a home console to this day. I swear.
Yeah. Still awesome. And
it was either the most accurate or it just had like a zone this big that it counted as a hit. I don't know.
True.
One of those things.
And you're trying so hard, right? Because eventually the duck would just come and be like,
and then all over the place.
It got so
that
fast.
Fucking dog, dude. The dog that comes out and laughs at you,
laughing at you,
like from behind the. Oh my god! How many times did you try to shoot at the dogs?
Shoot the dog. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Man. But yes, that Ninja Turtles, still one of my favorite. Love the Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, like number 2 or whatever.
Okay.
I actually don't know if I ever owned that one. I don't think we actually owned that one. It was one of my favorites, but I think my cousins are
okay.
Somebody was. I don't remember actually owning that one. I would have played it way more.
I remember owning a Ninja Turtles game, but like, are you talking the one that like to this day is like known as one of the hardest games?
I had the other one.
The other one.
No,
okay.
I like number
That's
2
the
or
one.
whatever,
That's the one I had
arcade.
to. I didn't have the super duper hard one.
No,
but I remember. Yeah, that was ridiculous. So,
but this was also when I started playing Tetris.
Okay. So
that's that goes all the way back to NES.
Okay, so now you have to take over a little bit here because you are still a Tetris player.
I'm still a Tetris player. I got deck as usual. I planned my outfits for this show.
Okay.
And I did my own evolution of gaming and I have the Tetris socks. Oh, I got Charlie Horse. I got the Tetris socks And then I got the Beat Saber VR shirt.
Nice.
I got my own evolution going on here.
That's awesome. I love it. Well, the graphic that we're using for today's episode, I didn't get a whole lot into it, but I had to make sure I got a Tetris block on there.
You had to drop a Tetris block.
Yeah, I had to get that on there for you. So it was a necessity.
Absolutely. So yeah, like I said, I actually, being a kid, didn't find Tetris all that exciting because it's just blocks, right? You're kinda, I don't know. It wasn't like a character that you kind of loved or anything like that. You weren't on an adventure. It was more of a puzzle game, right?
Yeah.
So I played it and stuff, but yeah, like I remember telling you in my Down and Dirty, I remember my dad showing his friends and explaining how it worked, and I don't know why I don't forget that, but yeah, again, it was just something that I just kind of played around with, and again, they've released Tetris on every freaking thing that you can you can play anything on. It's on every freaking console, your phone. I could play it in VR. Like it's from like 8 to 85 or whatever, and it's still relevant. So
yeah, you bring up an interesting point there because you say like it was just like blocks, like it wasn't that super interesting, didn't have a central character or anything. But like look at the comparative central characters at the time, like Pac-Man. He's a circle that goes like this. Okay, so like
but even like Mario's trying to rescue the princess, and there's Bowser, and you know what I mean? Like there's like an adventure trying to save something. The other one is just like a non-stop marathon of putting blocks together that goes faster. It's like I wouldn't imagine a lot of kids, jumped on that. I don't know. Maybe they did.
While we bring up the topic of central character, I do have a graphic to bring up just to like show again the evolution of gaming then and now comparison. So I actually found an image of the 1986 Zelda.
Nice.
The original Zelda game. So Link from the original Zelda game. And
look at that.
This is a Breath of the Wild comparison that I found, but I like this one because it had the dates on it.
Yeah.
But we even have a newer game now with Tears of the Kingdom, which is very similar graphics wise, which is why I didn't make too much of a fuss over it. So, but like. Look
at the difference.
Look at the difference. So again, all of our Starfield fans sitting in the audience right now, when you want to complain about the game being at fucking 30 FPS, can we take a moment to fucking appreciate how far we've come?
Like, I don't know. We're spoiled, I guess.
We are. We are spoiled as gamers. We'll get to that topic here later on. Because there's some pros and cons to the evolution, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But for now, I suppose we should continue on with our history lesson here.
Okay. Yes. So we touched on the brown box and the Magnavox,
and we kind of started getting a little ahead of ourselves because we started talking about the NES. But I did want to make sure, and you've got it in the notes here, that we talk about the video game Crash. Because
back to the Atari days.
Yes, this was back to the Atari days where the as everybody knows, E.T., the movie, huge, absolutely huge hit, box office, or huge blockbuster hit, and this was one of the first instances of studios trying to capitalize on the idea of having such a big hit on their hands and making the switch over to video games as well. So pretty much everybody went all in, not on the making of an ET game, because it was essentially just like a trash title that was given the ET name, but just like trying to fool everybody into buying this game that had very little to do with E.T. or nothing to do with E.T., to be honest with you. And this led to such a huge catastrophic failure in the industry that it actually looked like at the time the end of gaming.
Right. Yeah. So, like Taro said, there's actually a documentary on this whole thing. If you look it up, I can.
I'll look it up while you're.
So yeah, it's I believe it's. I don't remember if it's still on Netflix or not, but there's actually a documentary about this, what happened here with this ET game, and it was that the movie had just come out, and then the developers got a hold of Spielberg and got the rights and all this stuff, and then they got a hold of whoever was making games at the time, who had just done, I believe, a different popular game that had done well, or he was in charge of making a few other games that did really well.
Yeah.
And they said, we need you to make this game in like 90 days.
No time at all. Yeah.
You'd have to watch the documentary again.
Game over.
Yeah.
Atari Game Over.
Atari Game Over.
That was the name of the documentary.
So yeah, if you get a chance to watch it, it's actually really interesting.
It's really good.
But
really
they gave him like a month to make a game or something like that, and he's like, "Okay, I'll do it."
Yep.
So they made it, and it was so bad. It got terrible reviews. Atari's name got dragged through the mud. A whole bunch of stuff. It did so poorly that the consoles weren't selling anymore. Everybody kind of lost their faith in the company and stuff like that, and it almost took down like a whole company, right? Like
not company, industry.
Industry.
I mean, industry. Like nobody was buying any consoles anymore because they're like, oh, they're just going to put out trash.
Right.
Like I'm not going to, and like we're talking back in like the mid '80s at this point. So like not that $100 today is anything to like balk at. You know what I mean? $100 is still a decent amount of money, but like people are invested $100 back then. You know, that many years ago. 40 years ago, $100 was a lot more than $100 is today. So,
absolutely.
People just weren't going to invest their money. They weren't going to put their money into this garbage anymore.
No, exactly. So I believe there was such a surplus of these copies of this game, right? Because it was a cartridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you put into the system. They had such a surplus in all the stores that they rounded them all up, or they took them all back, or whatever it was, and then they buried them.
Yeah.
They actually took them to a site, like Toro said there, and they buried them in the ground. And then if you watch the documentary, it's actually pretty crazy. They talked to the landfill site, like this is like years, like decades later, that they wanted to try and find them, because now it's a part of history, right? It's a part of gaming history is what this game did. And they went back and tried to figure out the year that the game came out and about what time they were dumping stuff in this landfill, and tried to figure out whereabouts they thought some of the stuff would be. They got backhoes in there, and they actually dug it up, and they found a bunch of them. They found a bunch of them still intact in the boxes. Everything. It was just piles of copies of ET.
Imagine.
So it's a really neat documentary. It's pretty wild when you watch it, but you learn a little bit more about what actually happened. But like it almost took everything that we all love and enjoy together. It almost took the whole damn thing away, and now it's one of the biggest freaking entertainment things. I'm pretty sure I've read it's bigger than any other freaking entertainment combined. I thought it was bigger than movies, TV, everything. I think there's more money and more stuff in video games than there is in all other forms of entertainment combined.
Yep.
If you look that up. And it's crazy to think that, because, you know, the whole thing almost went to hell because of ET.
It almost crashed because of corporate greed back in the 80s.
Yes.
And
we need to get this game out. It's almost Christmas. Do whatever it takes. And then it was the worst game ever.
Literally ever. Okay. Like huge documentaries have been made now about how terrible this single game was.
Yeah, it made no sense. There was bugs. It was a mess.
It was trash. It was absolute trash. So so then lo and behold, we have I guess a wild card is what I would call them, come out of nowhere.
I like wild card.
Pun intended, right? Come on, boom. All right. So a wild card comes out of nowhere with Nintendo.
Let's see if anybody knows this. Does anybody know? Trivia time. Don't Google this shit. And we'll give you a couple seconds. Does anybody know what Nintendo actually originally produced. What did Nintendo actually originally manufacture? Does anybody know?
Before they were a gaming company,
Yeah.
or a video
Before
gaming
that,
company, what were they?
this is back in 18. That's right, 1889.
Yes.
1889, Nintendo was a company. Does anybody know what they manufactured?
So to put that in perspective, they were around for 100 years before they released the Nintendo Entertainment System, or before it became
Crazy.
popular, I should say.
1889. I wish we had the fucking Jeopardy music.
I
Going.
know. Do, 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 do. Nobody?
Okay, drop the bomb.
All right. They started off as a playing card manufacturer all the way back in
Cards.
1889.
They used to make cards.
They were a card manufacturer. That's it.
It's crazy.
And
Crazy.
yeah, so now you can see my pun, my wild card pun. All right, of
Wild card saves the day.
All right,
Comes
dude.
out of
Like,
nowhere.
no joke. I'm like taking a shower today, and I'm like, ooh, I've got a good one for the show. I've been thinking that popped in my
holding
head
on to that.
out of no. I've been holding on to this for like a couple of hours now, and I finally got to reveal the wild card pun.
Holding on to that nugget.
Anyways, yes. My contribution to the show. You can take it from here.
Did what I came to do.
Yeah, it worked. It was perfect. So anyways, Nintendo comes out of nowhere and blows us away, honestly, with the Nintendo Entertainment System. Like Huey was talking, we've got things like, Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. And
How does it come with a gun right off the hop? That's amazing.
did it come with
To be interactive like that? Like,
that
right
was
off
the
hop,
original.
it's like, here's a fucking gun and shoot at your television. That's
right.
sick.
Yeah. Again, from a trading card company.
Yeah.
But huge
interrupted.
titles. No. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do, I think. Huge titles right away. They get Zelda games. They've got the Mario games. They've got Donkey Kong.
Stuff that's still around now.
Yeah, they're
most
one
popular
of
characters. Like,
they're one of the few companies I feel that has stuck with a lot of their original titles.
yeah.
Throughout their entire existence,
Right.
and hence the graphic that we had today. That when we were building our graphic the other day, we were looking up, for like the evolution of gaming. We're like, okay, the Mario,
Right.
like you could see right on the screen, like from the original Mario to 2 to 3, all the way up to like Mario Odyssey that we have these days. And how far it's come. So, like Mario's, or I'm sorry, not Mario, but like I feel like Nintendo really sticks to their guns. They know who their audience is. I would go as far as saying, I know we're going to talk about console wars a little bit later on, but whenever we talk about console wars, we always talk about like the big ones. We talk about PlayStation and Xbox. Those are the console wars. I don't feel like Nintendo's ever a part of the console wars, because they always, regardless of what everybody else is doing, they do their own thing, and they sell well. They know who their audience is, and they're like, we're fine. You guys can fight. We don't care.
Yeah.
Like
Nintendo and Xbox are all shooting for like 4K, Blu-ray, crazy stuff, and then Nintendo's like, yeah, we're gonna do the Switch. You can play it handheld on the TV, and you can take the sides off and turn it, and then you've got 2 controllers out of fucking nowhere. Like, you guys go ahead and do your own thing. We're cool.
Right?
We're gonna keep innovating.
So gonna release Nintendo 64. Give it 3 handles.
Yes.
We'll just do it. They'll love it.
How do you hold that?
How do you? Yeah. You go like this constantly. It's fine. They'll love it. All right. No, but like, it's just Nintendo from the get-go just does their own thing. They have unique, interesting characters, and I feel like they are a very consistent brand. They've had a couple of stumbles along the way, like any company does, but they are a very consistent brand. So,
Yep.
and I do think that if they were to try to compete in like the console wars, they would lose. They know they would lose.
Right.
You know, like
Yeah.
their
They're not even
systems are
trying.
not built for that. You know,
No.
and like they're just like they released the new Zelda game. You know what I mean? It's like the whole Starfield thing. You know, like 30 FPS and the new Zelda game. Like they're like, yeah, it's gonna be 30 FPS and look like a cartoon. We don't fucking care. And everybody's like, okay, we're gonna go buy this.
People have been loving Zelda for fucking 40 years. We're pretty confident it's gonna do well.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Trust me. Let them climb on things. That's fine. They'll love it. I promise.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. Toro remembers the Virtual Boy. There you go.
Mike
hadn't seen that one.
Never seen that.
I blew his mind with that one, Toro.
Oh, so before we get too far off, so where are we?
We're on Nintendo.
So I guess that does bring us kind of to the first console wars, though. Nintendo had a little stretch there in the late 80s where they were essentially the console. That was Atari took a huge hit with the ET game. They weren't really in the picture anymore. Nintendo kind of dominated for essentially about 2-3 years there, and then we get the Sega Genesis comes in to compete. So whenever I said earlier that when Nintendo doesn't compete in the console wars, I'm talking about the current console wars. All right, the current console wars are PlayStation, Xbox. Back in the day, though, the original console war was between Nintendo and Sega.
Yeah,
that console war didn't last all that long, but. No. Again, we have the introduction of a new player on the field with Sega Genesis. I owned original Nintendo Entertainment System. I owned a Sega Genesis as well.
Me too.
I would have considered myself more of a Sega guy over Nintendo.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if that's more of our age at that time.
Yeah.
Because I watched another documentary thing. I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix right now. I think it's called High Score.
Yes.
Or something like that. And it does something similar to what we're talking about today. And kind of an evolution on how things have gone.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the big thing, right? Sega comes in and it's like, okay, how are we going to go up against Mario? Mario's one of like the biggest freaking names, and he's like an icon or whatever. Like, how are you going to do that? And they came up with Sonic. And Sonic was like their mascot as Sega, and they marketed it that way because they had to market it to make any money and be successful to take on Nintendo. They had to market it differently. Mm-hmm. And in that little documentary there, I remember them saying they went after Nintendo was more for kids, and they didn't think that teens would really be all that interested in all that and stuff in gaming and that. So they made Sega look more appealing to teens. Like it was like the more awesome whatever, like faster, better graphic, all that other stuff, and tried to make it more appealing. And that's how they went after Nintendo, by going after a different age group. So and then then they came out with like Mortal Kombat and more violent, and I know we'll get into that later, but there's a big difference between the type of games on Nintendo and then the type of games that were on Sega. There's a big difference.
But I think that's a key factor there, is because I think Sega and how the console wars originally went were really what, in my mind, probably set Nintendo into recognizing their audience and who to stick with. And then I feel like Sega was a big driving point in getting into more the fast pace, the action, the better graphics, like you were just saying. And I think what sparked like the PlayStation and Xbox to come forward, to gear more toward a more, I say mature audience. I'm not calling teenagers mature, trust me, but but a more, you know what I mean, a more mature themes, a more aggressive approach.
Right.
So. And again, like I talk about, Nintendo being, and I'm not saying that all Nintendo games are meant for children, But if you look at some of their biggest titles, they still appeal to children. Children can still pick them up and play them, and a lot of us play them because of nostalgia. Like Mario Odyssey is a fine game. It's fun. It's fun. But I play it because like I remember Mario. I'm like, I want to play a new Mario game. It looks cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like,
I loved it. I love it.
And then
so sick that they went from like Mario Odyssey, which is like the game and it's all 3D and whatever and all that stuff. And then they blended in the 2D stuff and you like go in the pipes and then you turn back into original like 86 Mario. Like so cool.
It's awesome.
Really
it's really cool. And so yeah, man, I feel like the console wars really helped Nintendo. The original console wars with Sega really helped Nintendo define who they are.
Right.
And then it paved the way, like I said, for other companies to get involved and start making things in a more mature manner. So, but yeah, I really, you know, very important. Like you said, you know, we do have. Getting into our next kind of topic, we're kind of segueing into it already, talking about like violence in video games and that kind of stuff.
Well, hold on.
Go for it. I'm sorry. Go for it.
Mrs. Huey got me. I know these started coming out, but I have the little retro mini Sega. Yeah. So it's got, I can't remember. I think it's got like 20 some odd games. It's got all the Sonics. But like, look at that. I love the controller. Like, original friggin' Sega. W for Mrs. Huey, right? It's got
big
it's
W,
legit, and like it's HDMI, so you can plug it in wherever. Like it's pretty dope. So yeah, that was like looks just like it.
Does the controller feel how you remember a Sega controller feeling?
Yes, it's the exact same size. Like it's the exact same.
That's awesome.
The big ass D-pad.
Oh, huge!
Like this big ass start button just above everything. Clunky buttons.
But okay, so
damn controller.
Everybody, keep in mind. Show us the controller again, Huey. What's missing on the controller? Everybody, joysticks. Like we're still in like pre-joystick day controllers.
Side scrolling.
Do you know how hard it was for me to adapt from the D-pad to the Joy-Con, to the joysticks?
I'm on it.
I
never really thought about it, honestly.
Oh my god!
But yeah, you're right.
I don't have I don't know, I can't always blame it on old age, but I've never had good thumb coordination, I guess. So joysticks are like a damn nightmare for me.
Really?
I'm terrible with joysticks, which is why I like mouse and keyboard. I love it. But yeah, joysticks, I've always sucked with. First joystick I can remember using was the 64. Yeah, and it was on the center handle.
Yeah.
The center handle. Oh my god.
So I wonder if I actually I've never thought about this. So I'm left-handed. And I always thought or not always thought, but lefties always tend to get shafted on some development things because a lot of things are developed for right-handed people. And I never thought about that. But being a lefty allowed me to control with my thumb with my left hand, and then I'm always on the A and B button, right? Which was like the normal kind of half-ass way to hold that thing.
Yeah.
You'd always want to be on the A and B and the... I never thought of that. And then
that's
my
interesting.
left I could use. Yeah, I never thought of that.
The N64.
Because what was on the other side? Was the other D-pad?
D-pad.
Was on the other side of the N64?
That was left
D-pad
side, far left
there.
was D-pad, middle was joystick, and then far right was the buttons.
A, B, and then the yellows, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Did it have top buttons?
It had bumpers, and then it had the Z button
bumpers
underneath the joystick.
Yes, the Z button. Yeah.
The shooter.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
I never
right.
thought of that.
Damn.
So that was made for lefties.
the last game company to make a left-handed friendly controller was Nintendo 64.
I never thought of that.
Then the GameCube controller was so much better. Oh, we did jump ahead. Violence in video games in the mid-90s.
We're going back. Yeah.
We're going to go back a little bit. We're going to go back because this is an important topic to get into because, as we said, Sega hit the market. We start getting into some more mature themes with games like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter 2. Things that have some blood, some kicking, punching, people being hell. Mortal Kombat fatalities. Okay, like people literally like murdering each other in unique ways,
Disembowling, freaking dismembering,
tearing their spine out, lighting them on fire. Like
little different than jumping on a freaking mushroom head.
Yes. So we take a sharp turn, a very sharp turn into video game violence and a huge outcry.
Right.
About what this was going to do to children and how it was going to make their children more violent and just I would say we have another obviously very different reasons. The first one, E.T. was a massive failure, but the next big attack on gaming, I would say, came from the violence in video game era in the 90s.
Right. Yep.
So, I was a little young to remember it personally. But one thing I do remember, I know it's kind of getting away from like consoles, but I remember going and playing like the Mortal Kombat arcade game, like the big cabinet. So like, growing up where we did, like we would always take a weekly trip to Walmart, and like I would go with my mom and my grandma while they did their shopping, and I would practically just like stay at the Mortal Kombat machine the whole time they did their shopping. Smash buttons. And so like I said, like I never really recognized like the whole debate that was going on, but obviously being older and knowing a little bit more about the history of gaming, we identified that this is around the time that it became a big deal, and we get the development of the rating systems that we have now.
Right. So I didn't realize that Sega created that.
Mortal Kombat?
No, Sega created the rating council.
Yes, they were the ones who created the council. So, yeah. Well, I mean, I think that obviously was in response to the outcries. So that was there had to be somebody step forward
for them to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Which, I'm kind of surprised by that, though, because whenever we were talking about that the other night and I read that was the Sega that created that, it's surprising to me that it wouldn't be like required, because this was like a congressional thing. I mean, this was like in front of like Congress and the government was all in on this violence video games thing. So I'm kind of surprised that Sega was allowed to be responsible for the rating system. You would think that they would be like required to be like third party. Yeah. So, that's kind of like whenever I'm at work and we have to do QC, a lot of times we have to have a third party QC because we'll just be like, yeah, we're good. Them Nintendo games though, them are mature as hell. You don't want kids, you don't want kids playing them Nintendo game. And their whole market is like towards kids. They're like, what the fuck? But that was one thing that just surprised me a little bit is I really did anticipate that it would be third party, but no, 100% Sega Genesis was the one who formed the committee, the council that forms the rating systems now.
So looking back up, Toro mentioned it. Mortal Kombat was better on Genesis than Nintendo. So Mortal Kombat was on Nintendo as well.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I didn't remember that.
It was during these periods of times, there wasn't a whole lot of exclusivity. So I think most games were being made for like all consoles. That doesn't come up until like the PlayStation days. That they start getting exclusive games. So yeah, back in these days, it was kind of a free for all. Like a company, Capcom, we'll use Capcom for an example. Capcom creates a game, they have the rights, and they can just distribute it to whoever they want to. So, well, and I think it's because the popularity of gaming wasn't really huge yet. So. I just don't think that, this is speculation from my point here, but like, I just don't think that they had the ability to make those kind of demands to be exclusive to their console.
Gotcha.
Yeah. There wasn't enough money involved, It's all about money.
Right.
So I'm sorry, what were you going to say? I totally cut you off.
No, that's fine. We do that's just how we roll.
Right.
I forgot. We're gonna bounce. We're
Yep.
bouncing again.
Okay.
What were your favorite games on Nintendo? We got to go back a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Or a couple. It's a couple games you remember playing on Nintendo, and then we got to do Sega.
Contra,
right on. Fucking right.
Like, that was.
I forgot about Contra.
Dude, Contra
Nice.
was freaking like
Props.
top tier, and Double Dragon.
Double Dragon, yes.
Those were my favorites. 100%.
Nice.
Yep.
I forgot about that.
Oh my god, dude. Those take me back.
Done.
Thank you.
Well
Thank you.
done.
I like to think I pulled some bangers out on that one. But okay, so how about yourself then? Like,
I
what
forgot
was
about that one. Jeez. I remember I loved Battletoads. That's right up there, I feel, with because then they did like Battletoads and Double Dragon. That was awesome.
Yep.
The Ninja Turtles was obvious.
Yep.
And I remember bringing this up in our Down and Dirty 2 was the McKids game. I'll never forget that. I still want to play the McDonald's game. I don't know why. I've never forgotten that game. I don't know why.
It's just stuck with you all these years.
It's
Gotta play
me.
that damn McDonald's game.
Yeah.
The Noid.
Right on, Toro.
The
Yeah, if anybody
Noid.
else, what are your else?
Yeah, please, while we're talking, please put it in chat. Tell us what your favorites were.
What are
during
some
this
of your
era.
favorites? I'm trying to think of some more. Gamer owns McKids.
Oh, when are we getting
There
a
we go.
McKids stream dedicated to Huey?
Yeah.
We need this.
Nice.
That's awesome.
I'm trying to think. There's so many. There's so many games. Contra, Double Dragon, TMNT. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, those are some huge ones. Which is funny to me that nobody's mentioned Mario yet. Like, Mario was not a favorite game for me. Like, I liked Mario. It was never a favorite.
DuckTales, nice. Oh, okay, now you got me going. Now, like, I remember Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
JC, you never heard of most of these games? Oh, man.
Oh, Jaws.
They're so good. Jaws was a good one. Jaws was good.
Yeah.
And Mario is a given. It is. Like, everybody played
I loved Mario 3. I did love Super Mario 3 when you could, like, get the little flutes and you run, like, the map and you move around. I loved 3. I really liked 3.
Ooh. So hold on. Okay. Oh, my God. How do we not talk about that? Okay. God.
We started with history and we were going to blend all this in. We got off on a tangent on
Mario 2.
Yeah.
You remember how weird Mario 2 was?
Yeah, Mario 2 was weird.
Do you know the story behind it?
No.
It was never meant to be the second Mario game.
Okay.
Huge success, and obviously, corporate greed comes rearing its head again. They're like, we need another sequel, like, right now. And there was a game that was in development that was Mario 2, but it didn't have the Mario characters in it. And they're just like, this right here. Just put some Mario characters in it and make that Mario 2 now. And so that's what they did, is they just pushed this out as like Mario 2, and it became Mario 2. It was weird. In Japan, it was originally completely different. It was a completely different game, different entity. And then it became Mario 2. So...
Okay, we'll go back. Turok. Was Turok on a Nintendo? OG Turok?
We're looking it up.
I loved Turok on N64. Yeah, we're NES. Yeah, okay.
Okay, all right.
Wicked's on N64. We'll get there.
Yep.
Definitely, though. Definitely, though, for
Castlevania, though. Okay, we got a Castlevania.
Yep.
JC did not play any games until she got an Xbox 360. I remember her saying that. She said that earlier, too. NES has F-Zero.
Somebody else said Top Gun. Where was Top Gun? Toro said Top Gun.
F-Zero was a futuristic racing game. That's right.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
TMNT was a popular
Should I have
one.
the
That was a
window
great
capture
game.
up while we're googling some stuff? I mean, I'm just kind of googling what people talk about, and I have no freaking clue
I'm
what you're
drawing a
saying.
blank on Nintendo games, man. I hate it. I feel bad.
Top Gun was a difficult game.
I do remember DuckTales.
I mean, again,
Drawing a
Mario Duck
blank.
Hunt was really fun. I remember Duck Hunt. That was such a good time. But
Was
again, like it was the
yeah,
free game that came with it. Everybody played that one.
Burger Time. All right. I can name most of them. I have owned 200 cartridges. Gamers
Oh
got it
my
on lock.
God, gamer. It's
Gamers
insane.
collected them. Nice.
Oh, Bubble
Bubble
Bobble.
Bobble.
Ooh,
Love
okay.
Bubble
I played
Bobble.
Bubble Bobble too.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
I've got that on a different one here that I'll
I
show later.
so one game that I absolutely hated at the time was the original Zeldas.
Okay.
I was like, I don't get this game. This is stupid.
I've never been into Zelda. I'm not a Zelda guy. Even now, I never got into Zelda and the whole dungeon thing.
The newer, I always claim that like my big claim for Zelda is that I really didn't play until the newer ones, and I really didn't. I didn't play all the different ones, but I do remember putting this cartridge in and just being like too young and not understanding what I was supposed to be doing. I'm like, so you just walk around, but like there's like walls you're supposed to destroy and get in and find different objects and blah 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 blah. But like I was just too young. I'm just like, this is dumb, So give me Bubble Bobble. Let me blow my bubbles. It wasn't a good game. It was a good game.
Rampage, Paperboy and Rampage, both good. Paperboy, just fired the newspaper into the thing. So good.
Skylanders for the girls. Nice, JC.
On a 360.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, so Sega.
What
do you got for Sega?
Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Oh, I loved it.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time on Sonic 2. Mortal Kombat. I was into fighting games whenever I was younger. I really liked Mortal Kombat. So I know those were like two super generic answers, but those were a couple of top tier games for me right there. Mortal Kombat I dumped hours into.
Nice. Streets of Rage 2.
Ooh, yeah.
Played a lot of Streets of Rage. Earthworm Jim.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Earthworm. Okay, that
Earthworm Jim was a good one. There was a Simpsons one.
Was it the one where you skateboard around as Bart? Batman on Sega?
No. Mrs. Huey's in the house.
Welcome, Mrs. Huey.
Batman. I don't know what Batman. Now we gotta look up Batman.
Adventures of Batman and Robin? Is that what it was?
Maybe.
Oh wait, no, that's Super Nintendo.
Gamer's got a big list there. Right on.
Tiger Tojo and
I don't
Girl. I remember that one.
There was a Simpsons one though where it was there was a bunch of different little games, but the one that I loved playing was there was a whole bunch of you were in the yard and you were hiding behind a bush, and then all the characters would walk by the screen and you had to fire tomatoes at them. And it would you had to time it right because you had to time the throw right for distance, and you had to that was a good teacher for leading a target because they would be walking at different speeds and you had to line it up right and then throw it, and you were trying to hit them with the tomatoes.
Okay,
love that. I wonder what that was called though.
I don't know. It doesn't sound.
Batman Returns. Batman Returns. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
So that was a movie filmed a game adaptation. Yes.
Right.
But they also had a Batman Forever released by Sega. But yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Well, I just looked up an article and it says approximately 800 games were released on the Sega Genesis. So we're barely scratching the surface here, I know, but yeah, for sure.
Nice.
There
Okay,
is.
so yeah, we kind of skipped that. Like, when did Super Nintendo come out? The Super
Yeah.
Nintendo would have came out around the same time as Sega, right?
Yes.
1991.
91.
1991,
Okay. All right.
the
So
Super
yeah.
Nintendo
So I
came
guess
out.
the console wars
Early
technically would
90s.
have been Super Nintendo versus Sega, not original Nintendo. Yeah.
Right.
I do have real quick before we move off the games for Sega. A game that is still gives me nightmares: Aladdin. The hardest game. It rivals the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game.
Really?
A game
I
that
do
was
remember it.
a game released for children. Like, you could get like a level or two in, but then by the time you get like a few levels in, it is like nightmare fuel and just incredibly difficult platformer.
I think you can get
So
that and the Lion King right now remastered. They
that's
remastered the
another
game on
one. That's
console.
another one that was a nightmare, dude.
You can get them remastered. Okay, can you pull up the search window?
Yes, I can.
I want to know if you've
Done.
ever heard of this one.
Okay, what you got?
It's up on the screen here.
Yeah.
No, like for everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay there. The Adventures of Booger Man.
What the fuck? Okay.
I think it was on Genesis. I'm pretty sure it's Genesis. Booger Man.
That's a second Genesis release. Hold on. No, wait.
Is there a YouTube of that?
Oh, you're not,
Gamer knows it.
You're not gonna believe
There it is.
It cracks me up, but now that I saw the actual case for it, I remember that game. I remember that game.
Gamer owns it.
Oh, my
so
God.
good. Booger Man.
Oh, 1994. Booger Man, a pick and flick adventure.
So good. Whoever came up with that one.
Yeah, right?
Mint. Booger Man.
Oh, look at that starting screen. You gotta love it.
We need more games. We need more games like
He's
this.
crawling out of a toilet and shit.
Yeah. Flinging boogers at you.
Oh my, what a game already. Okay,
So good.
We're getting into the meat of it here. There we go. It's a dark and stormy night at Professor Stinkbomb's lab, where a machine has been built to save the world from pollution by transexisting it into dimension excrement. Eccentric millionaire Snotty Ragsdale has taken a job at the lab to invest the safe and find out exactly where the pollution is coming. He has a bad feeling about this latest contraption. This night his suspicions will come true. They just have the common waste basket. Look at him.
Yep.
Just
Awesome.
oh.
Didn't see that coming.
I'm invested. I'm invested in this right now. Like you've completely lost me. The rest of the episode's gone. I'm about to watch an hour and 15-minute playthrough of Booger Man. All right, now we're at the gameplay. Okay, I just wanted to get to some gameplay.
You just wanted to see some.
I just wanted to see some gameplay, and the story really intrigued me.
Flinging some boogers.
Yep, he just got a plunger. He dug a plunger out of there. He's collecting plungers. There are smiley face trees. He just destroyed a bird's nest for a booger. This is wonderful stuff.
This is awesome.
So yeah, Booger Man. Booger Man is a platformer where you play in the forest and then the sewers as Booger Man. You punch people. You fling your boogers at them. Oh, what a classic. Okay,
so good.
If I got to play it, I didn't get to play it much, but I remember seeing that game, and it might have been one of those that like we had a neighbor kid that had a Nintendo or a console, so Sega. So he may have owned it. Yeah, who buys Booger Man?
What parent is going like, I need a copy of Booger Man?
Yeah, right. Oh, God. What a
awesome.
Good pull right there. Like that's some content right there. The Adventures of Booger Man.
Oh,
Who would have
so
knew, right?
Okay.
Um.
Anyway,
Anyway, from that. So I don't know if you noticed or not, but like we actually talked about the violence in video games there, and we had it listed like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter and stuff. And
yeah,
then like right into our next topic of like mid '90s games to movies, the adaptation era really started. And those were like
right,
two of the first games that got adapted, like some of the most violent ones. And there you got
right.
the adaptations, along with
Yeah,
the Mario Brothers
Mario.
movie.
Yes,
Yes.
the original. Yep,
John Leguizamo as
yep.
Luigi. Okay. Um,
Sure.
Koopa, like I forget what the guy's name was who played Mario, but what
Yeah.
what's your opinions on some of the early movie adaptations of video games? Did you watch
I'm
them?
not gonna lie. I only really saw. I think I've seen. Fuck. I don't remember the Mortal Kombat or the Street Fighter. I remember
Oh
the
my god.
Mario. I
All right.
remember it not doing well,
It didn't
but
do well.
I remember it being. I don't remember liking it. I remember thinking it was cool, but like definitely weird. Like it almost didn't seem too much for kids. Like it seemed a little scarier. Like I remember them looking like creepy. I remember the lizards looking
Yeah.
a little creepier. Like
Yeah.
for being younger and liking Mario, to see that it was like
Yeah.
I don't know. It was a little creepier.
Yeah,
Like
the Goombas were like stuff out of horror movies. I
they're all
remember. Yeah.
slimy and shit.
Yes.
Weird lizard looking
It was
things.
it
So,
was
yeah,
more like mutated lizards and not like.
yeah,
I mean, first
not
of all, I
like a
guess what the fuck
like
is
a
a
thing.
Goomba? But whatever,
I guess.
So I have to say because I maybe we were just like at the right age demographic wise, but I actually liked at the time, the Mario movie. I was a fan as a kid. And
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I'm not, I wasn't tainted by, like today whenever we have a movie adaptation, I'm kind of a stickler of like were they accurate to the game? Did they respect the source material?
Right.
So like I do base a lot of like my opinion on a movie as to whether or not they respect source material. Back then, obviously, the Mario movie did not respect any kind of source material whatsoever, except for there's a guy named Mario and a guy named Luigi, and a
Right.
Koopa, or King Koopa or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, man. I liked it. I liked it back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Street Fighter. So you've never seen Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat then?
I think I like when you said the Jean-Claude Van Damme thing. I remember
Yes.
I remember that, but I don't remember the movie at all, really.
Well, Gamer brought up a good point. This is something I was going to bring up. So, attaboy Gamer, great minds think alike. In the original Street Fighter movie, it was Jean-Claude Van Damme who played Guile, I believe is who he played. You had your other characters sprinkled throughout there, and then I did mention his name the other night. Raul Julia, I believe, was who played Bison. He was also Gomez in the old Addams Family movies.
Okay.
Gamer brought up one of the points I was going to bring up is that he was dying when he did that movie. He was very ill and sick and not doing well, but his kid loved Street Fighter. So he did that movie for his child, for his kid as he was very sick. So you know what I mean? Like, there's a cool story behind it. Like, not story wise, not the actual movie. Like, there's a cool story behind, like, Raul Julia doing that part and everything. The movie was horrendous, but it's for whatever reason, man. I don't know why, but like, I just have like a soft spot for these shitty old video game adaptation movies.
I think a lot of people do.
I think so too. And in Mortal Kombat, to this day, I will put on the old Mortal Kombat like 1994 movie and watch it and love it. So cheesy, so corny. Loved
I'll have to
every
watch that
minute
one
of it.
again. I'll add that to my list from the 90s ones I gotta watch.
Yes, 100%.
I can't remember them all. I agree with Wicked. Gears of War movie would be pretty dope.
They keep talking about
They
it.
do it right. If they do it right.
I have heard the latest rumors on the Gears of War movie is that they're going to make it a female-centered Gears of War movie.
Oh, okay.
Which, like, whatever, I don't care, but, like, isn't, like, because Dave Bautista has been for years being like, I want to be like in this movie.
Yeah.
He's built like to be in that armor.
They put him in the game. They put him in 5. They put him in
Yeah.
Gears 5. Like, you can be him.
And I don't know. I think I've heard that they're going to go with a more female centered role for Gears 5. So be interesting to see what happens
His
if
daughter was in it. I think his daughter, like Kate or whatever, was more the main character in the later games, like Gears 5 and stuff. So
yeah. Batista's small now, though. He's leaning out. Yeah, he doesn't have to do steroids to stay in the WWE anymore.
Yeah.
So
just CGI the fucking big
just
muscles.
CGI him. Yeah.
It'd be fine.
Yes, I do agree. Raul Julia was over the top as Bison. I apologize if I'm saying that name wrong, but I believe that's correct. So, so I'm gonna keep calling it that. But yeah, dude. So I've always been a big fan of the game to movie adaptations.
Yep.
For whatever reason, like I said, I can ignore. I'm a little bit more these days because I guess like a lot of the adaptations are games that I'm particularly fond of.
Right.
Like I'll cite like Tomb Raider. Whenever we get to PlayStation and we talk about games, Tomb Raider is still to this day one of my favorite games of all times. Yep. The original Tomb Raider, that is. And so like whenever the Tomb Raider movies came out, and I'm like, this is fucking garbage. Like I'm so mad at what
they were more based on the newer games.
They
really
were.
Jumped on the newer, like there were scenes like straight out of the new games. So.
I know.
Yeah, they didn't go. Angelina Jolie did your OG ones, and then
kind of
Alicia Vick or whatever her name is did the newer styles.
And she didn't do a bad job. I still enjoyed the movies. They weren't bad. You know what I mean?
She punched a shark in the nose and it whimpered like a dog.
Angelina Jolie totally punched a shark in one of the movies. So
nice. I was lost at that. Yeah,
I did play the newer Tomb Raider. I think it's just one of those things that I would have liked to have just seen it be its own original title and not a Tomb Raider. Like, didn't need to be a Tomb Raider game. It could have been an original title, but they were just trying to make money off of it. So
I think they're trying to fight like Uncharted. I think
they are. It's exactly.
They're really trying to go up against Uncharted, which was PlayStation.
100% agree with that. So,
okay, I gotta jump again.
Yes, please.
Super Nintendo games before we move on, because I'm gonna forget that shit. Are there any Super Nintendo games?
You know, one of the I did not own a Super Nintendo.
I did not either.
But one game I do remember playing, and don't ask me what number it was. There was this was my first introduction to a Final Fantasy game with like the turn-based combat and everything.
Right. Yes.
I remember my dad and I were at one of his buddies' houses who had a Nintendo for his kids. And whatever reason they had kind of aged out or weren't playing it or whatever. And like, it was one of those things, like we're hanging out at my dad's buddy's house. He's like, whatever, we can hook this up so you're not bored, you know? And I'm like, just absolutely fucking annihilating, dominating Final Fantasy. And so like they came in to see what I'm doing or whatever, and I'm just like tearing through this game, and he's like, dude, my kids could never understand this game. Like they just lost their ass. Like I get frustrated with it, and eventually, so like, and this was kind of past the era where the Nintendo was relevant. This was kind of like in its winding down years, so like the console wasn't worth anything. But I remember this guy, like eventually, like his kids just didn't want anymore, so he just gave me the Super Nintendo, and so I played the hell out of some Final Fantasy because that's about all it came with from this guy. But that was my big one. Because this would have been where Mario 3 was actually on the Super Nintendo. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Mario 3 was on the original.
Was it on the original? Okay.
The big fat cartridge.
So then what Mario was on the Super Nintendo then?
They did All-Stars. Yeah, gamers got it there. Super Mario All-Stars came with all the Mario games.
Okay.
On there that you could play.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of then. Because I remember playing a Mario on Super Nintendo. I just didn't remember which one it was.
Yeah. They had like Yoshi's Island and a bunch of other ones that they started doing.
Okay, it was probably All Stars, and I just played because, like you said that you said that 3 was on All Stars.
Yeah.
So I think maybe I just remember playing number 3 on All Stars because I've always associated Mario 3 with Super Nintendo.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Anyways. So wait, did I say a favorite then? Yeah, Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Sorry, had a whole story and everything. You couldn't even remember. Your turn. What do you got?
I never had a Super Nintendo either. My cousins had it.
Yeah.
And that finally had more buttons than any of the other ones, right? There was like 4 because regular Nintendo only had the 2 and then Sega had the 3. Mm-hmm. Super Nintendo had I think it had bumpers too, right? That was totally different.
Yeah, it did.
Kind of control. I remember Bugsy, the cat. Bugsy the cat.
Yes.
And another favorite was Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Love that game.
I remember that game, yes.
So good. Good.
Bugsy the cat. Well, that just gave me cat images. There we go. Yep. No, Bubsy.
Bubsy.
It was Bubsy the cat. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I remember those.
I thought it was Bugsy. In Claws Encounters of a Furred Kind. There were several Bubsy games. Bubsy 2. Bubsy 2 was on Genesis.
Ah. Gotcha.
Sorry, I'm over here. I'm Googling.
Okay.
What was the what was the other game you said?
Star Fox. There you go. Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Yeah, that's right.
Zombies Ate My Neighbors. That one just got remastered and re-released on Xbox and all the stuff too. And I bought that one. I played that one.
Yes, I remember this one. This is
you had to run around and collect the survivors.
Yep. I do remember this one. That was a good one.
You could be the little boy or the girl. Yeah,
that was
I love
a good
that
one.
I thought that one was really cool.
Star Fox.
Yeah.
So wait, okay, Star Fox. All right, hold on. I gotta get through some of Gamers. Link to the Past, which was a Zelda game. By the way, I have some Zombies Ate My Neighbors footage going while I read through his comments here. Mario All Stars, Mario RPG, TMNT, Wild Guns, Jesus, Starfire. So, okay, this is what I want. This is the comment I wanted to get to. My bad. Was Star Fox. Was Star Fox on Super Nintendo? I just remember it on 64.
I think it was on Super Nintendo. Yep.
God damn.
Wasn't on. Yeah, it was definitely on Super Nintendo.
I'm really bad at this show.
No, you're just one console ahead.
I guess.
Yeah, Star Fox was on Super Nintendo, not original Nintendo.
Not original.
And then they redid
Nintendo.
it. They redid it on 64. Yeah.
Okay, so the 64, Star Fox 64 was a remake of the original Star Fox. And
yeah, an updated
updated version. Okay, gotcha. A remaster.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, I guess that would be a first example of a remaster that I would know of there. Then
there you go.
Huh. Interesting. Good stuff.
Well, is that our segue into the next? Where are we here?
3D gaming, Sega, PlayStation.
3D gaming.
I think so. I think we're.
So this is where Sega gets into disc-based game console.
Yes.
With which one is it? Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn comes out along with the PlayStation. Right. They're both disc-based.
Yes. So PlayStation enters the fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Enter PlayStation with the PS1. Sega does the Sega. What the fuck did I just say? Sega Saturn. And then Nintendo does another cartridge-based one with the N64. All around the same kind of time.
Yeah.
And all doing like a 3D, like it says here, with the leap in computer technology. This is all like 5th generation stuff, and it's all starting to get into 3D stuff.
Yes.
In around 95. So in 1995, Sega does a Saturn. the PS1 comes out, which sold for $100 less than the Saturn.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what butchered the Sega Saturn.
Well, not only
And
that,
then,
but the Sony, we had made the note, like, the Sony with its third party support.
right.
Sony, this is the first
Big
advantage of getting exclusive games that we have.
Right.
Everybody recognizes Sony as a very large company, so obviously there's a little bit more comfort. When you know there's more money behind a brand, you're more likely to go into contract and make deals with them for things like having exclusive games. So Sony had a little bit more money to throw around in the game and get some of these games and not allow them to be on other consoles.
Right.
So yeah, we have the first examples of strong arming you into buying our console because we have these games.
Right.
So sorry, I didn't mean again.
No.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize. I forget. Anyways,
We didn't do the sorry counter.
Damn it. Oh, Jesus. All right. But Nintendo, like you said though, Nintendo stuck to cartridge at the time.
Yes.
64.
Right.
Wicked Heart, you're allowed to join the conversation.
Welcome.
welcome to the conversation.
N64 was my jam.
N64. Nintendo still is going with cartridge based. Everybody else is moving to discs, being CDs or DVDs.
What a freaking success! Like,
huge.
N64 was crazy. It still is.
Yes.
Still is. You can still, like, there's still like $150, $200 to try and get your hands on an N64. It's crazy.
It never lost popularity. Like,
those games were unreal.
Iconic games.
Yeah.
So many of the games that you have on there. Okay, Wicked just said, Donkey Kong 64. You have some Zelda games. Mario 64.
I was just gonna say the evolution that Mario went through between just side-scrolling platformer to that first. That's Mrs. Huey's like one of her favorite games was Super Mario 64.
That was a favorite for me.
Played the shit out of it. Like, what a big leap that took, and
wrap your head around how much there was to do in Mario 64. And was it open world? Yes and no. It was. It was an open world game. You could go around wherever. It was what I would call in my memory banks, anyways, one of the first open world games I remember playing.
You could choose your own adventure kind of thing, where you wanted to go and play around. It wasn't like you were just side scrolling a level trying to get from one end to the other. You could literally just climb trees and fire around as much as you wanted.
Yeah, and then you're in one world and you jump into the paintings and you're in a whole nother world, and like and again, it's like not only is it just not a side scroller, but like there's the hidden stars. There's all these stars in this painting, and you go in there and you get that star and you're back out. You can go right back in there and have a whole nother type of adventure going for the next star, looking for the next kind of star. So I think Mario 64 was a top tier game. So obviously, whenever we do talk about favorite games for the 64, what one of my tops is going to be. But
I think we'll probably have some similar ones.
But I would imagine so. WrestleMania 2000. Yep. WCW versus NWO. So some wrestling games coming out.
WrestleMania 2000 was dope.
Oh, it was so good. Off-Road Challenge was the first racing game. Oh man, like so many good games come out. GoldenEye.
Okay. GoldenEye. I was gonna say
dude.
GoldenEye.
Okay.
GoldenEye for fun. That like 4-player split screen all night long. All fucking night long. You could do 4-player split screen on GoldenEye and Mario Kart.
Mm-hmm.
All freaking night long.
Yeah, Mario Kart back in the day.
Mario Kart 64, unreal.
Yeah.
Bunch of Mario parties came out then too. Like really good. Tony Hawk, the amount of time I probably put into Tony Hawk is crazy.
I played Tony Hawk on PlayStation though.
Okay.
So again, like this is where it'll be hard for getting into like favorite games because Tony Hawk and Tony Hawk 2 are going to be like PlayStation games for me, but they weren't exclusive. They were cross consoles. So
yeah,
we'll have to have a little leeway for favorite games there.
Resident Evils 2, they did the same thing. But Resident Evil 2 was on N64. I know that was on like PlayStation 2. 1080 snowboarding. Yes, I love the snowboarding. Yes, there's Mrs. Huey. 1080 snowboarding. Ricky Winterbourne. I fucking every time. That was my guy, Ricky.
Oh, Ricky. Nice.
Yeah. But then I remember there was some like PlayStation was like Twisted Metal, right?
Oh my god!
And the car like
car battle royales.
Yes, I didn't have a PlayStation. I knew like friends of it had it, but like Twisted Metal was sick. I know they're making a TV show now.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. The nerd in me just. I don't care how terrible this show is. I'm gonna love everything about it because they've already shown Sweet Tooth in it. And it's just, oh my god! I bet I played every single Twisted Metal game that there was. When it got to Twisted Metal Black, it got really dark in the storyline. But man, I still love it so much. But Twisted Metal and Twisted Metal 2, those were games that like I could beat them. Like I knew those games like the back of my hand. I could beat them so easily by the time I was done. Now here is another game that I got into, and this was. So, Time Crisis. I don't know if you ever played Time Crisis. Is that a familiar one to you?
Sounds familiar.
You remember the style of game where like it's like a pop-up. You pop up and shoot and then crouch again. And when you crouch down, it reloads and you come back up.
Yeah, mine was Winback, which I got on the Switch now. Winback was on 64. Okay. And it was similar. You duck behind it, and then you pop up and shoot.
Okay. So
I think it was Winback.
I had at home the Time Crisis.
Vigilante 8. That sounds familiar.
I've never heard of that. We'll have to look that one up.
Oh, I was just reading that too. Vigilante 8.
So I had.
That sounds super familiar.
Oh man, I fucked up. Hold on. Don't fuck up. Okay,
Wicked broke us.
I was also into racing games back then, so I had like the steering. Is that a racing one? Well, no. I'm just talking in general. I had like the foot pedal steering wheel. Nice. And then I also had the light gun for Time Crisis. So I could play at home just like the arcade. I could push on the foot pedal for my racing game and pop up and shoot. And then, so it was just like whenever I was standing in the arcade. And I got it to where this was like my first dipping my toe at a young age into like speed running games because I was like memorizing the patterns. And I remember being able to beat Time Crisis in 14 minutes.
Wow.
And like I off the top of my I remember it was like right around that time. So I would practice Time Crisis at home, and my mom worked at a mall. She was like a receptionist at a hair place at a mall.
Molly,
food's here. I'm sorry. Can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Entertain them.
Too much pressure. All right, we can go through everybody's thing here. What do we got? Real Fishing, Castlevania Symphony of Light, nice. Was Life. There you go. Awesome. Vigilante 8 was a car battle game. Okay. I thought it was cars. Wicked. Absolutely. Metal Gear Solid, Mrs. Huey, coming in hot. Absolutely. I'm going back up a little more. Donkey Kong 64. Yeah, all the split screen stuff was like so good. So good. I wanted to go back. I just thought of this when Mike was talking there. Does anybody else remember the glove? Mike, it just came to me. I know I'm backtracking again, but the Nintendo glove. Remember we were talking about the glove? I forgot to bring that up before. That just hit me.
The glove.
And then that was one of the first. Wasn't there like a mat, like a track and field mat? That was one of the first.
Oh, where you ran on it.
Yeah, you like ran on the mat,
and it never works. So you're like smashing your feet into the ground as hard as you can.
See what happens when you go get food.
It's okay. There's going to be one more delivery tonight because, like, my middle daughter is a vegetarian, and the place that we Most of us ordered from didn't really have any options, so I ordered a separate place for her. But so there
Molly
will be
barks again.
There will be one more Molly bark in this episode at least.
All good.
But anyways, what was I talking about before I left? Oh, Time Crisis.
Time Crisis.
Yes. So my mom
mom
worked at a mall, and I would practically just like go to the arcade in the mall all day when my mom was at work during the summer because I was too young to stay home.
Awesome.
But
Jealous.
they had Time Crisis at the mall. So like
you were a celebrity at the mall.
I was because I would just stay on Time Crisis all day and just boom, and just annihilate Time Crisis. People would be like, "Oh my god, you're so good at this game!" Like, oh,
okay,
that was awesome.
So was that they had the foot pedal at the arcade?
Yeah.
And
the big screen,
yes.
and the guns that were in the little console, and you hit the foot pedal there too. So I was practicing at home the exact same way it would be at the arcade, and I became a celebrity in
big time.
Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. So, anyways, that's my story.
We're tunneled on the screen there.
Oh, we are. That's kind of a nifty trick.
That is nifty. Look at that. We're going into infinity.
Inception mode.
Ooh.
Right? Okay, anyways. So
we jumped into N64.
Yes.
And all that stuff. We tackled the controller before. That was quite the controller.
Yes.
PlayStation, totally different thing with the disc based. Like you got into more. We're getting more into joysticks now.
Yep, we have our joysticks on our controls.
House of the Dead, Wicked, yes.
and I will have. This is where I do have to say, and I don't know if it's a nostalgia thing or just I played so much PlayStation because that was one of my first. Like I owned a lot of previous consoles, but like I feel like around the PlayStation time is where I like really zoned into gaming a lot. But the PlayStation controller is still my favorite controller.
Okay.
And it's not had a lot of changes over the years. That's why I bring this up now, is because this was like I remember just like the feel of the PlayStation controller being like it just fit me, and I could maneuver it well, and it was like just one of my favorites. Except for the thumb things, but you know, like I'm still uncoordinated as shit on the thumbsticks, but not a big deal.
I'll have to tackle when we get into the later ones.
And I do have to backtrack on Miss Huey's comment too.
Fucked me up for controller holding, but we'll get into
PlayStation did. Miss Huey said Metal Gear Solid.
There you go.
Well, that was another big one for me. I love some Metal Gear Solid. Story doesn't make any goddamn sense, and it still doesn't. And it never will. There's just a bunch of guys named Snake. Some are clones, some aren't clones, some aren't actually Snake, but they really are Snake. And it'll never make sense, and I love them to death. And then there's a guy named Raiden who eventually became a giant robot. Whatever.
Wicked. Anyways, we'll get into those. Those are coming near the end. We'll touch on some of that stuff. Yeah.
Well, wait. Hold on. Hold on now. Did we skip those?
No, that's more like PC in that. We're like home. We're like just consoles right now.
That's true.
Mostly consoles. Like strictly console history so far.
Yeah.
So, anything on Sega Saturn? I don't remember any games. I remember like some dogfighting thing. There was, I'm pretty sure, a console. I'm pretty sure the console where you could put the cartridge in and put a disc in. I'm pretty sure it came as a combo.
Oh, okay. Because that
makes sense. You could put the OG. I think.
Sega Saturn. You said.
Yes.
All right. Let me.
Are we googling a Saturn?
Yeah. Oh hell yeah.
There was also a Sega CD add-on that you can mount below the Genesis. Maybe that was it.
Okay. Looks like Sega Saturn was digital.
Oh,
okay. It looks like it was.
Maybe
CD.
I'm thinking of the Sega CD then.
That might be it. Yeah.
Okay.
32X add-on. No, this was the one that had the add-on.
Okay.
So the 32X, yeah, I just pulled up the picture of it. 32X attached to the second model. Oh, that attached to the Genesis? Wait, what? What am I
Yeah, it was
looking at
Genesis.
here?
Then you like clipped it onto the Sega CD.
Yeah,
And you
yeah,
play the...
yeah. Okay. So yeah. Anyways, there was some weird. There were some big time weird attachments in this era. But yeah. I don't have a lot to say on Sega Saturn. I don't have any experience playing it.
No.
I couldn't name a single game on it.
Yeah.
I guess that really brings us to a point of what's happening with Sega after the Genesis, though.
No, wait, there's one more.
I know there's one more, but
you can see
you can see the trend, right? Like the direction we're heading with
crickets.
Cricket, yeah. Like Sega's still
struggling.
Yeah, it's still doing a thing.
Genesis was good, and then the Saturn, we don't have much to talk about. There's a reason. And then
yeah.
Leading into the next phase then.
Yes.
There's a whole new thing.
Mm-hmm.
The PS1 does really well. There's gamers getting into it there. PS1 did super well, and then PS2 released in 2000. You could play original PlayStation games on it, and that apparently became the best-selling console of all time. Was the PS2, actually? Everybody, that's crazy. So the PS2 was one of the first ones that came out with DVDs. Had the DVD drive as well. And that went up against what Gamer said there was the Sega Dreamcast. So Dreamcast was 99, PS2 was 2000, so right around the same time. GameCube comes out in 2001, and then we have the original Xbox also in 2001. So in 2 years, in the course of 3 years, I guess, we've got PS2, Dreamcast, GameCube, and Xbox. All four of them finally fighting it out at the same time.
So we have a big era here. This is
a lot happens here.
This is a big one, yes. This was, I would probably call this Nintendo's first. Was the GameCube a flop? It was not the commercial success that a lot of their other consoles were.
No.
Not nearly. There's
the Dreamcast was kind of similar, though.
Yeah. The Dreamcast was similar.
They both had a bad year.
Yes.
Or a bad release there or whatever.
Correct. So they definitely fumbled. But the introduction... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Apparently the Dreamcast was one of the first ones to be able to play online, is what I'm reading here.
Really?
The Dreamcast was one of the first. It was ahead of its time, including its capability for online gaming. Huh. It was a commercial flop, though, against that. Yeah. So
yeah.
The Dreamcast did so poorly that ended Sega's console building plans.
They decided from there on that they were just going to become a game distributor.
Just a software company that just make games. The Dreamcast was the final kick at the cat.
Yes. They gave up. They peaked with their first console, to be honest.
Yeah. And then it kind of went downhill.
And they just went downhill and never recovered. I do believe that, the like we talked about before, PlayStation with its heavy backing from Sony and the having exclusive games, I think that was probably a big detriment to Sega. Yep. I feel like without that advantage, it would have been a much more fair competition. But Yeah, I feel like they just struggled to ever get a hold, because I think like you guys could all again correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have a lot of experience with like the Sega Saturn or like the Dreamcast or anything like that, which but they were really trying new things with both of those,
Right.
and I
Yeah,
feel like
the controllers were super weird on the Dreamcast or
so
boxy fucking thing.
it feels like to me what they realized was that because of the exclusivity deals, and they weren't going to be able to get the traction with big titles anymore, is that they had to
Right.
find something new. And
Right.
as we just found out, and what you know what Gamer said was, you know, about like or you know, with like the graphics and everything, and then like the online capabilities, they were breaking
They were
into
trying.
a new era, but it's almost like they were like too far ahead of the public.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the public didn't have the
Wasn't ready.
capabilities to do online gaming in their households, really, for the most part.
Right.
So the market they were trying to break through, had they been maybe 5 years later, the Dreamcast may have been huge.
Yeah.
You know, like if
Yeah.
but again, I'm just kind of speculating. Obviously, you know, we know the Dreamcast ended up being the nail in the coffin for him, but Xbox emerges.
Yep. Microsoft comes into play and
Yes.
drops the Xbox.
Oh, hold on, we
Drops
have
a
to
big
backtrack.
name.
We have to backtrack. Favorite game on PlayStation?
Original PlayStation?
Yeah, because
PS1?
we've moved to PS2 now,
Yeah, we did it.
so we've got to.
I never had a PlayStation. I never had a
Okay.
PS1.
All right. The original Tomb Raider is top. It is top of my list. I bet I could still sit down and just, the minute I turn that game on, I bet I can remember every right step to take, how to beat the T-Rexes and the Raptors, and move every block in just the right direction. And there was still the swan diving and the handstands that you could do and run around the mansion. Oh my god, dude!
Yeah.
OG Tomb Raider is again probably favorite game of all time. I loved it so much. But
Nice.
and then because of my 15 minutes of fame in the local arcade, Time Crisis as well, you know, was another kind of big one for me. But
Nice.
you know, it was
Awesome. I think we hit most. Like I had the N64 at that time, so
okay.
I think we hit most of mine.
Okay.
Like Wicked said, Turok. I had Turok 2. Turok 2 was pretty sick.
I never played a
like
Turok game. I still have never played a Turok game to this day.
I liked 2, but yeah.
Okay.
Good times.
Was Turok like a first person shooter, or was that a okay? I thought so. What was the game that because you know how Resident Evil always had like the fixed cameras in the rooms?
Yep.
That was Dino Crisis that had the fixed cameras, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Dino Crisis. Okay. I was off. Couldn't remember if Turok was the fixed camera one or the first person shooter.
No.
So
No.
all right.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. Now we can get back up to speed, back into the Xbox, PlayStation 2, Dreamcast, GameCube era.
Yeah.
Again, GameCube is going to be another one for me that I don't have a whole lot on. Like I owned a GameCube, but I very rarely played it because I also at the time ended up getting like the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox, and those were like, I was like, oh yeah, I'm playing these.
I had a GameCube as well. I traded somebody a bunch of games on a different console, and they gave me their GameCube and a bunch of games, so I put it in my room. I remember SSX Tricky, the snowboarding game.
I loved SSX.
I loved SSX. I don't remember a lot of other ones that
ATV Off-Road Fury, where you could just like ride dirt bikes and four-wheelers everywhere. And the soundtracks were just like rock and roll, and just you're just shredding through the woods and listening to rock and roll. Those are some good times.
Yeah. Super Smash Bros. Melee, that was good. Remember going to Schwang's house to play SSX?
Nice.
Mario Kart Double Dash, yeah. Mario Tennis on 64. I love that. That was one of the first ones I jumped on when I got the Switch.
Okay.
Just Mario Tennis, Mario Golf, all those ones.
Okay. I never played a Mario Tennis one.
Oh, those are good.
The ATV, loved it so much.
Really like in the ATV. Yeah.
Yes. Hell yeah. It was so good. So Dreamcast then, did you
Dreamcast flopped. I think the only thing I remember
flopped,
is
I didn't play
actually,
anything on it.
I remember you could play House of the Dead. Like what Wicked was saying, you could play the shooter.
So I remember House of the Dead being released, but I never had a Dreamcast to play it. So
yeah.
Shenmue. Okay. So I got to bring up Shenmue because I know we've known several people that actually still play Shenmue. But Shenmue was on what system? Was it a Dreamcast game?
I know nothing about this one. It's out of my wheelhouse.
This is me too. I'm kind of at a loss. So like this is okay. It was on Dreamcast. Okay. Well, and I know that they have like emulators and that kind of stuff that you can play it these days. But yeah, like so they were on Dreamcast, and Shenmue. I watched a decent amount of it with the individuals that we would watch. We knew a couple of different people that were big into Shenmue. Shenmue has a huge community still to this day that I never knew about. It's crazy to me.
I didn't know that till.
And it's just this like little nudges. What was his name? What was his name? No, I look like an asshole. Shenworld.
Yeah,
Shenworld. Yes. But like, in just even looking at it and to find out that there's like Shenmue Day, and like all girls is like, what the hell? Well, I mean, and having watched those guys and watched them play it a little bit, like it's just this like open world Japanese game that is very realistic, you know what I mean? Like you have to like memorize the streets and where stuff is and like kind of remember the map and how to get around and the things you have to do. It's like it's super interesting. It has a huge following even to this day. But yeah, like I guess that'd be one of the bigger things that I know of, but I personally have no experience with Dreamcast. I just know that it was the end of the line for Sega Genesis. Rest in peace. You're out of the game. Get out of here. Just go make us video games now.
So I actually had all of the other three then. I had a PS2, and I think I traded that in eventually for an Xbox, and I've been Xbox ever since. Okay. And then I had a GameCube for a little bit.
Okay.
So I would have started, my next one would have been a PS2, yeah.
Okay. PS2. I played PS2 over Xbox. I was a PlayStation guy for that particular era. I made the switch at Xbox 360 and did not get a PlayStation 3. But at this time I did have both the PS2 and Xbox, but I probably played the PS2 more.
Okay. So I started with the PS2.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember games now. I remember SOCOM, the Navy SEAL game. That was pretty sick.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Metal Gear Solid 2. Was this when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out? It finally changed from the bird's eye view to that.
Yep. This was
that. That was a big one.
I played the hell out of that.
The Banshee car, so cool. Which looked like a Viper.
Did I miss my era with the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2? Was that an original PlayStation game?
Tony Hawk's 2 was on N64, so I must have got remat. It would have got put on it because
I think it was on PlayStation.
It was yellow.
Okay,
the cartridge was yellow for N64.
Well, during these particular days, I was really into like BMX biking. I used to ride ramps and do all that kind of stuff with my buddies. I loved it, and so I was really into like extreme sports, watching X Games and everything. So I do remember. Like even during the PlayStation 2 days, the Tony Hawk games that came out on there, and there was also Dave Mirra BMX that was essentially Tony Hawk but on a bicycle. And I put a lot of hours into those, like an embarrassing amount of hours went into those games.
Oh yeah.
So
I just fired up Tony Hawk like yesterday.
Did you
or the day
really?
Before. Yeah, Mrs. Hugh was getting ready doing something. I'm like, I need something to play for a few minutes just to burn a few minutes. We fired up Tony Hawk on the Xbox.
So they just recently had like the Tony Hawk like remastered or whatever that came out.
That's what I was playing. Yeah.
So okay, so if you've played it, I need you to tell me because I cannot bring myself to play it because one of the things I've heard like the old games were so smooth and felt so good. Did they recapture the feel of the controls from the old games, or is it a little off?
I think it's similar.
Okay. All right.
It feels the same to me.
All right. Yeah. If it feels the same, maybe I'll give it a shot. But I'm like a stickler. I didn't want to like hate the game. Like you remember, you know what I'm talking about.
Like on an Xbox controller, right?
Okay,
I'm
fair
enough.
enough.
Xbox controller.
So, okay,
and I'm using the D-pad. Yeah.
Okay, I need to give them a try. But anyways, I love those games.
It's cool because it comes with 1 and 2, right? It's like both games. Like it's a good deal.
Oh, so Wicked played Dave Mirror BMX 2 on GameCube.
Ooh, there you go. I'm trying to. I can't think of other PlayStation game, PS2 games.
2K Sports started on Dreamcast, gamers said, and we still have 2K Sports games to this day. I mean, hell, just not too long ago.
We all just bought the golf.
We all were just buying 2K23 on or PGA 2K20. Yeah. So, obviously that was a big deal. But Xbox, NFL, 2K5, best football game of all time.
Oh, I just thought of another N64, NFL Blitz. I loved NFL Blitz, where you just tackle the shit out of each other. Great game. Sorry.
And NBA Jam.
NBA Jam, yes. Okay, that's a PlayStation 2. Was NBA Street Volume 2.
Yep.
Love that game. You were doing the setups and slam dunking and everything. I played a lot of that game.
Oh, we need another game like that to come out because Blitz was fucking amazing.
Yes, Blitz was cool. You can get that. They did that in the arcade 1-up. You can get the arcade 1-up cabinet and get NFL Blitz, like the actual full, like the cabinet. I'd like to get that one.
Well, I feel like we've been putting it up, but we got to talk about Xbox and the introduction of Master Chief. Like Halo. I mean, like
Halo drops,
and right behind you. I mean, I see you have the I got
to fully admit, I'm not a huge Halo guy. I played them.
Oh, I got my Master Chief helmet.
I'm not a huge Halo guy. I played one a bit. That was like a big thing, right? Online gaming was finally taking its household stride. I feel like I think PS2 dabbled in it. I think there was some stuff where you could, but I never really got into it. But like when Halo came out, it was like you have to get on fucking Halo and play it online multiplayer. Like that was the thing to do, right? So I did play that a bit. I know I've got the thing behind me, but I just really like that. That's hand drawn. That's drawn. Somebody drew that.
Really?
That's not a picture. Yeah,
it looks like a picture.
Somebody drew that. It's insane. It's a reprint, but like somebody drew that. That's why I bought it.
That's awesome.
But what happened for me with Halo, if we're on the Halo topic, I played Halo 1 on multiplayer because everybody was doing it. Then Halo 2 came out. A week after Halo 2 came out, I played it a little bit. Call of Duty 3 or 4 came out, and then that was it for me. I was Call of Duty from then on. So
I was Call of Duty and Halo, but I was kind of the opposite of you because I was never a big fan of PvP. And I just never got into it. So I to this day remain, and you probably heard me bitch about this plenty of times, but like I'm still a campaign guy. I'm a single player. Like I love stories in games. I don't play games just for stats or competitiveness or anything. Like even like right now, Diablo 4. I love that game. All right. And I know, again, I'm jumping. I'm just giving an example. All right, I love the game, but now that I've beat it and it's just turning into a gear grind, I'm enjoying it because I'm playing it with friends.
Yeah.
But if my friends weren't on, I would not be playing this anymore because the story is done. I love the story. It was great.
Yeah.
But I'd be done with it, So, I'm still a campaign guy. Call of Duty, I remember all the campaigns. I played through a lot of the campaigns. I played Halo 1 through 3 and then stopped playing around like ODST 4, 5, all of those. So I haven't been playing a lot of the more recent ones.
I never went back after 2.
Yeah, yeah.
I bought it and then played it for like a week and then that was it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I gotta ask you, do you have a controller in your vicinity?
Yeah.
Do you have a controller?
Yeah.
Do you have it? Okay. How do you hold your controller?
Wait, what kind of controller?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
You got a PlayStation or an Xbox controller there?
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Okay, how do you hold?
So,
Okay, so that's from your original. Yeah, so you move.
I do.
You hold it like this.
I'm not this.
So when I got my PS2, we're going back now. When I got my PS2, they had the giant freaking paddle, the bumpers on the back, right? I held it like this.
That's actually the way you're supposed to. That is the intended way to hold the controller.
Okay, well so that's the PlayStation, but Xbox isn't designed that way. There's no because Xbox is designed for you to hold it like this and then move. Because it's smoother for your fingers. You're not supposed to hold it like because I hold like the tip. I've got my finger like on like the tip of the trigger.
Oh,
right. It's not comfortable. It's more comfortable like this.
Yeah. Huh.
To hold it like this, like look at where my finger is.
Right. Oh, I got
It's supposed to be like that.
Gotcha.
And nice and smooth, and you have all your fingers and because even when you hold the Elite controllers, then your pinkies support, and then these 4 are for like the 4 paddles.
Yeah. Okay.
So PlayStation fucked me up, and I always held the PS2 controller like this and hitting all those buttons.
Oh,
then I switched to Xbox, and I've been holding it like this. Look at where my finger is.
I see.
It's right on the tip. It's the most uncomfortable, but I can't switch it. I can't do this now because now I'm quicker like this. PS2 fucked me up for my Xbox.
I do it the way that you say I'm supposed to with moving my finger back and forth, but I've always been told it's supposed to be 2-fingered.
If you hold is that an Xbox controller?
Yeah.
So it's way more comfortable, right? It's way more comfortable the way you hold it. When you do it the other way, the trigger like sits right in, like it's not. You know what I mean?
No, I do. No, I 100% agree.
Huh. It's not as comfortable.
All right.
PS2 fucked me up.
God damn you,
Jersey's
PS2.
in the chat. What's up,
Jersey? What's up, dude? What is up, my friend?
Up? Huey hold Wicked. I hold it like Huey for Rocket League. Oh, okay. Right on, Wicked.
Yeah, okay, so I have to agree with Gamer here. Like, I just can't do controllers anymore. I played Elden Ring on controller because that is a game that's not meant for mouse and keyboard.
Right.
But most other things, I really try to go. I really try to go mouse and keyboard. I really try to avoid controllers at all costs.
You're getting dark again, buddy. You're in the dark again.
Sorry,
it's at that point. I'm watching on my phone. Right. You're
I'm
in the
afraid
shadows.
This is gonna mess it up. No, it's okay.
No, you're fine. You're good.
All right.
That looks great.
All right. I was getting relaxed, okay?
There you're hiding in the shadows.
I was, all right. And not only that, but I was also slowly like leaning back away from like the light. I'm just like chilling and
slip
talking.
Away.
Yes, fading into the darkness.
Slip away to the Chinese food.
Yeah, right. It does smell really good, just so you know. I got some orange chicken.
Torture.
No, it's okay.
Torture.
It's okay. I'm good. I'm perfectly fine. So
Hold
yeah,
on, Jersey. What is Awesome Con?
What? Yeah, that is true.
Ashley took me to Awesome Con. That sounds sick.
Wait, Jersey, is today your birthday?
Oh,
I need to know. This is important.
Excellent question.
So, what is Awesome Con, and is today your birthday?
Yes, we need.
Or is this just for like in general? Awesome Con is right now. Your birthday is in this general vicinity. You know what I'm getting at. I had to stretch my hands periodically. Yeah, JC. So I agree. I think that the Xbox controller is way too bulky. I don't like the bulkiness of it, which I know some people say that they prefer that because they feel like they have something to hold on to. Right. I got a buddy of mine who is a big advocate for the Xbox controller and it being more comfortable. I still to this day prefer the PlayStation controller. But now in the day and age we live in, unfortunately, like it's just a lot easier to plug in an Xbox controller because Microsoft and Xbox and the whole partnership and yeah. Anyways,
Right. Gotcha.
Wicked prefers PlayStation controllers too. Great minds, Wicked. So
Jersey's ignoring us.
I'm assuming that Jarzy is typing up. No, there it is. It's not my birthday today. It's the 29th. It's a comic book fantasy convention we've been meaning to go to for 8 years. Well, congratulations. If you have, do me a favor. If you got any cool stuff while you're there, if you've got any cool pictures, please drop them in the Discord because I love going to those kind of conventions. It's been a long time hobby of mine. I've been away from them for a while. I haven't gone in several years, but if you have any good pictures, dude, make sure to drop them so we can all see them. And I know I will talk to you by then. I know it's 12 days away, but from everybody here, happy birthday, Jarzy. We fucking love you. You are amazing.
Birthday,
happy early birthday. And Ashley, fucking great job on the gift. Way to get him there for you guys meaning to go there for 8 years. So well done.
Nice.
So yeah.
Okay. Other Xbox titles then.
See, like, again, this one's hard for me because like I just remember like a lot of Halo in those
I don't remember
like,
Halo.
Halo and Call of Duties for me.
Call of Duty.
Fable. Yeah. I didn't play Fable. No.
I don't remember original Xbox games. I don't remember a lot of original Xbox games. Black Cell or Blackout was a
Splinter Cell.
I remember that one. No, it was Black. It was just called Black.
Oh,
it had all the bullets on the freaking thing. I played that one. Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2.
Okay.
Knights of the Old Republic. Pretty much played Halo 2. Nice. I can't remember.
I was gonna say I was pretty much. I mean, ATV Quad Power Racing too. I was still playing my ATV games back then too. Tony Hawk games. Man. Yeah, I
remember
think I was
another N64 game.
What was the Crackdown? Crackdown?
Oh yeah.
You remember that one? It was like was that a free release?
I'm not sure. Gonna lurk for a bit, Diabloing. Jersey, thank you for the lurk, buddy.
Jarzy, we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Conker's Bad Fur Day. All right.
Yeah,
I'm drawing a huge blank on Xbox games.
I mean, I don't know. It's just like I said. I kind of nailed mine with what I played. I was mostly like playing Call of Duty and
yeah, pretty well.
You know, like, and then but like even during that time, PlayStation 2 was more my main thing, anyways. And I was playing a lot of the Tony Hawk's, Dave Mira's, Call of Duty campaigns, and yeah, that was kind of my genre during that time. You know, anytime that I played a lot of games, but like just ones that stick out, I guess, were those particular ones. So, True Crime NYC, San Andreas. Okay, San Andreas came out on Xbox.
When was I just had it. Crap. Like some of the Need for Speeds, like Most Wanted. I don't know if that was 360. I might be jumping ahead. There's Need for Speed. I just had another one too. I don't remember. Crap.
Need for Speed games. Let's check them out.
Some of that might have been like PlayStation 2. Was it Manhunt? Manhunt was on
Hot
PlayStation
Pursuit 2. Hot Pursuit 2 was PS2 and Xbox. Underground. I remember Underground. That was a good
Underground. One. Those are on
PS2 and Xbox. Underground 2.
Fast and the Furious comes out, and then Need for Speed Underground was huge when Fast and the Furious came out.
Yep. They actually went all the way through Need for Speed Carbon was still released. They were releasing for Xbox and Xbox 360 for a while. So Most Wanted was both consoles.
peak Need
Yeah.
for Speed time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Need for Speed was a good game. I remember enjoying those a whole lot too. Those were good.
Yeah.
The ones that I liked on PlayStation racing games were the Midnight Club Racing. I thought those were pretty good. It was solid, but it was just like late night underground, street racing games. You'd run from the cops and you'd race other
Yeah.
people and that kind of stuff. That was fun. I like that.
Yeah.
Shit. So Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Okay. Return of the King. Oh my God. Return of the King. The Lord of the Rings games back in those days were
I don't
fucking
think I played any
top
of them.
notch, dude. Oh, they were
I don't
so
think I
good.
played them.
So good. Looking back, they were
Original
garbage,
Xbox.
but man, for the time, they were so good.
Yeah. Original Xbox when I finally old enough to really play games.
Yes. Okay. So that's how I felt about like the PlayStation, Sega Genesis era around there. So
Worked
all
at
right.
GameStop. Oh, lucky gamer.
Right. Okay. Well, anything else on that particular note then?
I can't think of a lot from Xbox. I
Did
know
you
that was
did you did you get into online gaming during this time? I know you just mentioned like getting on and playing with
so
friends and
Halo
stuff,
and
but
then Call of Duty
yeah.
3.
Call of Duty
Yeah,
3 was my first foray into it.
me
It was
too.
on Xbox. So
Yeah,
Call of Duty 3 was my very first one. I remember
yeah.
being fucking terrible and not enjoying myself.
Oh, I played so much of that.
I did not play a lot of it because I just remember dying constantly and I was not good. So I just kind of was like, not my
Yeah.
thing. So yeah.
Well,
I guess
the
we
next
get into. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
modern age.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Just
360,
the next
360
phase. Yeah.
PS3 phase, and Wii,
2005,
and Wii.
2006.
The
Yeah.
return of Nintendo. They're coming back.
Yeah. 360, PlayStation 3, and the Wii. Yeah.
Yes. We pulled out a gimmick. They
Yep.
they they succeeded where Sega failed. Let's say that.
Yeah.
As we were just
Exactly.
saying, like Sega was trying to find some kind of niche thing to get into, and they failed miserably. And Nintendo's like, "Now we got
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
We know how to do this."
And like, yeah, like kind of terrible in comparison to 360 and a PlayStation 3, right? Like graphically and whatever, but the
Yes.
interactive parts with the controllers and the motion, all that stuff was like huge. Like that
Yep.
whole baseball thing was like everybody was trying to smack the biggest home run that they could do, right? Or bowling. Like
Oh, the bowling.
we
I
were
love the
just
bowling.
we were just visiting family in the hospital, and I saw the Wii Fit board above their TV
Nice.
today. Just saw it today. It was a
Yep.
Wii Fit board. I'm like, holy fuck! That was
Yep.
like
You
that
could
was huge.
do the track and
Huge at
field,
that
or you could do yoga
Yeah.
on it. I remember sitting around and doing the yoga thing where you had to sit still, and anytime you moved, there was a candle that was burning down, and you like the whole.
Now I want to see a Mike yoga.
Oh, the
stream.
whole objective was to sit. Yeah, right.
Okay, we're doing a yoga
Oh.
stream. We're doing a
Oh
B2S
my
yoga
God.
stream.
B2S yoga stream. Oh boy, here we go. But man, I remember, but like a bunch of us would get together and play with it. We'd be like trying to make each other laugh, and like they'd blow the candle out because of a movie. Like it was just like this little like gimmicky party thing that we all loved.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I just really remember being on the Wii and doing a lot of party games and just having fun doing sports with each other. And the tennis was so good on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So at the same time, though, like we were talking, the Xbox 360 came out with the Kinect, and the PlayStation came out with the PlayStation Move or whatever. So they all had interactive capabilities, but the Wii just like took off.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like Wii came out with it, and then Xbox and PlayStation like tried to jump on board. Yeah, exactly. So, like, because theirs just failed. It's like so terribly. They just fail. And I feel like, again, something we touched on earlier is Nintendo like recognizing their demographic and really like honing in what they're good at. Like they were not going to steal Nintendo fans by having the same things.
Right.
Because what Nintendo was offering, and as far as the games and that kind of stuff that they had available for it, like they were already meeting the needs of the people who had a desire for that. So no, I think they did an absolutely amazing job with the Wii. It was a really good comeback, and I even remember like the avatar creation where you create your little Miis and you play as your Miis, you know?
Yeah.
So cool.
Yep. 360 did that too. 360 did. You created your little avatar.
They did.
And then you got to be them in some of the games.
Yes.
Some of the games.
But again, an idea stolen straight from Nintendo.
Yeah.
You know?
What's working.
Yep. But Nintendo, I feel like at this point is where they already just did their own thing. They had their own recognizable brands, but this is where they really, I feel like they continued on the trend of having more cartoony things and not worrying so much about the graphics and the frame rate and all this. I think somebody in Nintendo, they saw PlayStation and Xbox competing in those areas,
going into war,
going into an absolute bloodshed war with speed and graphics and all that. And I think that they had to realize at that point and be like, we could just do cutesy shit that they're not. And just dominate on that, because that's still where we are. Yeah, do kick-ass
technology. Do cool technology, right?
Yeah.
They went from Wii to the others, and now, like I said, at the Switch, you're pulling the controllers off the sides, and you can play it tabletop, like you're trying, like, you know what I mean? That's so cool.
Yeah.
It's still, they're still doing stuff like that. So
they are still an innovator for hardware.
Yeah,
and they have a very unique look in a lot of their games that, like, you could look at a game and know if it's a Nintendo game.
Right. Yep.
So, no, I think Nintendo has played it very smart. Even whatever you think about, like the game shows and that kind of stuff, like the E3 and stuff, like half the time Nintendo doesn't even show up for that shit. Like 90% of the time, and they're just like, we're gonna have our own thing. You guys can come check out what we're doing if you want to check out what we're doing. We don't give a shit what you guys are all doing over there. No. Like, okay, Nintendo. Okay, we're here. What do you got going on? You know? So, sure. Wii Sport had a blast. JC played Wii Sports.
Yeah. 360 had some of the best open world. Fallout 3, New Vegas, Elder Scrolls, GTA 4, Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, 360 had a bunch of big ones for sure.
Well, it's 360 and PlayStation, though, I believe, because a lot of those, I believe, were cross-console or released on multiple, I believe. Yeah, because I remember a lot of those being... Again, I did jump on board during the 360 time. I did not get a PlayStation 3, but I do think I remember a lot of those being available on PlayStation. But the 360 was a way better performing machine. They really pulled ahead during that time, I feel. Like the 360 dominated. You know how you could tell it dominated? Do you hold on, before we, did we jump ahead? Did we jump ahead? Did we or are we good? No, we're on
the 360 dominated? No, we're good.
Okay, so you could tell it dominated because who remembers the Red Ring of Death? You remember that? So they had the
my third 360, I'm pretty sure, up in the attic.
So I'll tell you a story here as to why I jumped back to PlayStation 4 from the 360. But even despite the Red Ring of Death issue, that could have been a killer for the entire console. You know what I mean? Like they still persevered.
Yeah.
But okay, I'm going to complain about Xbox customer service really quick. Okay, so this is what happened. Okay, so I had a console and I got the Red Ring of Death. Okay, a little bit later, it wasn't one of like the first cases of it. This was years later, but I ended up catching the Red Ring of Death. I sent my Xbox in. They replaced it with a refurbished one. Right? I don't care. That's fine. I didn't expect a brand new console. I'm not an idiot, But like this is refurbished coming straight from the manufacturer. Like a month later, the optical reader goes out. And like, so I get a hold of him. I'm like, hey, like, I just swapped this with you guys for when I had a red ring like a month ago. I have all the transactions. I have all that kind of stuff. Could I get a replacement for this one? They're like, so does it have the red ring? I'm like, no, but like the reader went out of it. Like you can tell it's not reading the disc. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. We're not dealing with, like, we're not going to swap that out for that. I'm like, you guys just sent it to me. Like you sent me this Xbox.
You did a bad refurbishment.
Yeah. And like, even if that wasn't broke at the time, you fix something else. This is broke now, but I still have the evidence that you gave this to me a month ago. And they're pretty much telling me like, you can send it back to us and we'll fix it, but it's going to cost X amount of money. And I'm like, fuck you. I got really angry at Xbox after that, and then went back to PlayStation.
That's fair.
So anyways, that's what happened to me. I got really mad.
That's fair.
So anyways, continuing on. We're just kind of go off on a little tangent there.
No.
So
I think this is the beginning of wireless controllers too.
Right? Oh yeah. It was around this time.
PS2 still had it, N64, all that stuff.
Yep.
This is like the beginning of wireless controllers.
PS3 and Xbox 360, I think, would have been the beginning of it. Yes.
Wicked nailed it. I was gonna bring that up. Guitar Hero and Rock Band. This is when those dropped. And like, what a freaking phenomenon that was. Like,
everybody was playing it.
Literally. And like, I remember hearing like professional gamer can probably remember this, was like professional like Major League Baseball players were getting like injuries because they were like playing too much Guitar Hero, or they were fucking up their arms or whatever because they were playing too much Guitar Hero and stuff like that.
So good.
Like everybody jumped on that, right? It was like people that didn't play video games were like, "Oh, cool! I can play some of my favorite music."
I didn't
jam
jump
out
on
a
it.
Guitar, like feel like you're playing.
I didn't jump on it right away. It was Guitar Hero 3 that I finally got into, but I did get the guitar, and I just remember just fucking jamming on Guitar Hero 3. There were so many good games.
I think I brought this up before. Yeah.
All of them. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's so good. So okay, so I have to do a yoga stream. When are we getting a Guitar Hero stream?
We can do it.
Full playthrough. I want a full playthrough, a full series playthrough.
Okay, I only play on medium. I don't do hard. No, I can't move my hand.
I think I did hard. But not, well, how many levels were there? Because there was levels above hard.
There was
wasn't
expert.
There? Yeah, I never played expert.
Plus and whatever.
Yeah.
No. Maybe I did hard.
I think I was on probably medium or hard myself. I never did.
Okay. I have the drums upstairs too. I really
do. You really? Oh, yeah. I never played the drums. I know they existed, but I never played them.
Okay, we'll have to do that kind of stream.
Wicked could beat through fire and flames on expert. You're ridiculous.
Nice.
That's insane.
That was crazy.
Ugh.
So yeah, those dropped. Those were huge. Absolutely.
Barter from a friend. That was the theme of Haley's birthday parties. What was Rock Band? Did you guys have Rock Band birthday parties, JC? That would be awesome.
I remember there being like tournaments in the malls and stuff like that. Like, like, there'd be tournaments and people like competing and
not just the people competing. There were crowds watching these people. Oh, that was a good time though. Big. That was a good one.
I remember the big reason I wanted to get the 360, and then when the Xbox One started coming out both times, original releases for those was Dead Rising. I wanted a 360 so bad for Dead Rising. Would have been the first Dead Rising was on there, and then Dead Rising 3. I got it up there. I can't read the number. Oh, on Xbox One. Yeah, Dead Rising 3 on Xbox One. That was a big reason I wanted to get the new Xbox and then the 360. I thought those Dead Rising games looked so sick.
I've still to this day never played or believe I've even played a Dead Rising game.
Really?
I don't think so. I'll have to check it out.
There was like a whole it was like a time frame. You had to like try and get through the mall. You only had
Okay.
so many days or whatever that you had to
Okay.
get through the mall on the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, different kind of
Interesting.
dynamic.
Well,
And then,
that's a zombie game, right?
Zombie game.
That
That's not your wheelhouse.
that explains because I have a real life legitimate fear of zombies, so I can't. I have a hard time.
No Dead Rising for Mike.
I will watch some just because I'm curious to see what it's like, but probably can't play
in the
it,
Resident
right?
Evils, and I'm super proud of you.
I did.
That was really good.
Two got to me more than 4 did. Four was okay because it was more like disease people, but like you could tell I gave up. Like I couldn't do anymore on 2 whenever I just got the infinite rocket launcher. I was like, no, I just have to get through this. I don't care what's up there. Just take my rockets.
Take this. Yeah.
Oh yes,
I can't play this anymore. Get me out of here.
But I did enjoy the game. So good recommendation on it. It's a really good game. It's just
so good, but very intense.
Yes.
Very intense.
Yes.
Yeah. Tony Hawk Ride, great game, good game.
That's the one that has the actual skateboard, isn't it?
Yes. Oh yeah, I'm thinking of Underground when you're
Underground. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So I bought Tony Hawk Ride and it never worked. Okay. Wicked must have been too because he said I was one of those suckers that bought Tony Hawk Ride. So was I. Wicked. Okay. So was I.
Right. My bad.
I also
when I read that. I was thinking of Underground.
Yep. No, same for me. I liked Underground. Ride was the stupidest thing ever. The motion sensor, the motion control just like didn't work on the board and it never worked. Yeah. And pretty much everybody just got duped. But I did see I did see like a funny interview the other day speaking, like Tony Hawk games. And it was when Tony Hawk 4 came out. So this was an interview with Tony Hawk. And he's like talking about how like he got like his royalties and stuff, and he never really like considered like the success of the games, and like 4 was getting ready to come out, and I think like every year he got a check for his royalties, and at that time they were sitting down like his agent or Activision, I think it was Activision to put those out. Or EA. Activision. Okay. Activision. So I guess like his rep or whatever like knew he was coming to LA. He's like, hey, we need to go sit down and have lunch real quick, like so like they sat down and had lunch, and he's like, listen, I just want you to know that like the success of the games is like, he's like I don't think you understand, like this is bigger than you ever could have imagined it was. We're getting ready to put out game number 4. He's like, and you still have games 1 and 2 that are still stayed like, or like all 3 of the original games have stayed in the top selling games of all times, and they were getting ready to do like re-release or remasters of the originals. He's like, so like the Tony Hawk Center, he's just like, okay, he's like I could tell he was leading up to something, but I didn't know what. And I guess the guy just like slides him a check for like $4 million in royalties from the previous year, and he's just like, I'm like, oh, like how do you take that, dude? Like, can you imagine? Like, think about Tony Hawk's career. Like, this dude was just a skateboarder.
Yep.
And I say just a skateboarder because for a lot of his career, it was just that. He was just a dude that rode skateboards, And like all of a sudden, like the explosion of extreme sports and him being one of the top guys just happened to be lucky enough that he was the one that landed a video game and became like the most recognizable face for the sport of skateboarding.
Yep.
To be slid a check for $4 million. Because your name is Tony Hawk and you allowed us to make a video game. Thanks.
Yep.
Damn.
Here you go.
Here you go.
$4 million.
Here's this year's $4 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
crazy.
At that point, like, what do you do? I guess I would just probably be like, hey, I'll cover the lunch, man. I appreciate that. I got your lunch today.
Yeah.
Or would you go the opposite way and be like, what you remember the scene from Jurassic Park? Don't get cheap on me now. Like make him buy lunch as well. Yeah. You asked me here. You better be paying for lunch. So, anyways, that's a weird tangent to get off on. But yeah, Tony Hawks. Tony Hawks remain huge for a lot of this like generation.
Oh yeah.
Like through all these generations of gaming. They just stayed active. So those were big ones. Platinum releases. Yeah, Wicked. It was the platinums.
I was gonna say a lot of people still miss the interface or the home interface and all that stuff of the 360. Like we have the Xbox ones, like the whole like dashboard and all that
Yeah.
stuff. Remember, like you just click the bumpers and you change pages.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
people still talk about missing
Yeah,
that.
that
And
was good. That
how
was
simple
true.
and quick it was, and now they've everything that they're doing. I don't know.
I find the Xbox interface anymore extremely difficult to navigate.
Yeah,
Like I don't play my
everybody
Xbox a
just
whole
wants
lot,
your
but when I do get on, I'm like, how the fuck do I find this stuff? I'm like, where do I go?
yeah
Like I don't even
yeah
know.
yeah. It sucks now, but
It does.
yeah, everybody talks about the 360 being pretty easy.
Well, but here's the thing, and
User-friendly.
I do remember from, even though I didn't own a PlayStation 3, I had friends who had a PlayStation 3. I remember their user interfaces seeming really fluid and nice, and that's what like
Yeah.
the PlayStation 4 has. And I ended up getting a PlayStation 4. I really like PlayStation interfaces. I think those are some of the
simple.
best. Yeah, it's simple. You scroll over, find what you need, you click on it, you're there. It's done. Let's go.
Yeah.
You know, love it.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but yeah. So do you have some favorites from this era? I don't know if you want to go through each console, like the 360, PS3, and Wii, or do you just have like favorite games of that era?
I had a Wii. We played. Mary and I got like a bunch of the game show ones, like Price is Right,
Yeah.
and Family Feud, and some fun ones. Super Mario and that kind of stuff.
Was that pre Steve Harvey Family Feud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had Resident Evil 4,
Okay.
and I had a Resident Evil like shooting game. You put the nunchuck and the thing in the gun, and you walk
Yep.
around. And
Yeah.
I had that all in the Wii. I didn't play the Wii a ton. I
Yeah.
bounced around, but played mostly on Xbox.
Right.
Xbox 360 was a lot of Call of Duty. Call of Duty
Yeah.
4 came out, and that was like my life forever.
Didn't
else
some
do I
of
got
the Modern Warfares came out on 360, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, those
was,
were probably some of my main Xbox
Black
games.
Ops. Black Ops is where the big
Black Ops
ones.
2. Black Ops 2 for me was
Yeah, the Black Ops were big.
Yeah.
One of my favorite games still was Castlevania Lords of Shadow. I've got that one up there too.
okay.
I love that game. It's
Never
like
played
2
it.
discs.
Really?
Amazing game. Amazing game.
Okay.
So good.
Huh.
If you can get that on Steam, fucking unreal.
I've never played a
Yeah,
Castlevania
like-
game.
This was just if you YouTube that one and find like the game trailer or whatever, like
Mm-hmm.
one of my favorite
I
games of
recognize
all
that
time.
cover. I've just never played it.
Yeah. Favorite games all time. It's got like one of the first like 2 discs.
Interesting. Nice.
You got so far and then you had to switch discs.
Yeah.
Just awesome.
I don't remember what system it was on, but I had an old Star Wars game that was like that, to where you had to swap over discs mid game. And then
Nice.
if you remember, some of the early like Final Fantasy games came with like 6 discs. It was intense. I remember. I'm pretty sure it was Final Fantasy that just had a shitload of discs. There we have Doom.
3.
There we have Doom
3. That was one of my
Nice.
favorites. I got a couple of Black Opses too. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
I can't play these in my little corner here, but I just put them up on my shelf.
Yeah, they're decorative over there.
Yeah, exactly.
So you still have you still have your Xbox, so you still play.
I have a 360. Yeah, it's packed away, but
Okay, gotcha.
I'd have to bust it out. But
Yeah,
those were some of my bigger ones. Yeah, Call of Duties.
Yeah.
I loved Castlevania.
Yeah.
Those are my kind of faves.
I played Call of Duties. Like I said, the Dave Mirra, some of the Dave Mirra stuff on PlayStation 2. Some Tony Hawk's were big for me.
Oh,
Oh,
Gears of War. Gears of War came out. It's
Okay.
still fucking huge. Like Gears of War 2. Played a lot of that.
I never did. Never
No?
played. Nope.
Oh.
I didn't.
Really
so
neat.
I
Different kind of thing.
played. So when Gears of War 5 came out, I was hanging out with my buddy, and he is a huge Gears of War fan, big time.
Yeah.
And he was recommending that I play through, and I think they're on Game Pass, so I just literally need to sit down and play through them. Is all I need to do. But But yeah, so I never played through them. I played through a decent amount of 5 with him, and was like, oh, this is pretty fucking cool. Maybe I do need to go back and play these games. So
yeah, they're pretty neat. The running and the ducking behind the cover
Yeah.
and stuff like that was really fun.
it seemed like it seemed like a unique mechanic. It may not have been the very first game to where you did that, but it did seem like a unique mechanic specific to Gears of War.
Ducking into cover. Like you
Yeah.
talked about Time Crisis and Winback and all that other stuff, like the OG ones, right? It was like Gears of War was like
It was the one that took it
back to
to.
that
It
a
was
little
the one that took it to like third person almost. You know.
yeah.
Yeah. Tactical shooting, I guess you could call that. Like
Right.
you had to be strategic.
Yeah.
I played Last Odyssey on 360. That was 4 discs. Jesus. So yeah,
Wow.
they're a decent amount of game. So I would say, okay, so let's get into that here. Okay, so we mentioned quite a while back here, you know, in the episode that we were, you know, we moved into like the DVD, CD eras and stuff like that. But now we're starting to get into like a day and age where there's a severe limitations on what you could put on there.
Right. So much data you can put on one disc. That's why they started coming out with multiple discs for games.
Yes. But now that we're getting into an era of online, and especially around this 360 time, is where they start to get the ability to be able to patch those games.
Right.
So we kind of hit an era here where I feel like you get to a certain point where they have a bunch of discs, but then it starts to wean back off to where they are singular disc releases, but we get into the point that like you're required to be online so that they could patch software and make changes to fix bugs and that kind of stuff. So like up to this point, I think an important point to make here is that like when you bought a game, you just bought that game for all of its merits and flaws. That's what you got.
It was complete.
It was complete.
It was complete or not.
We weren't.
That's
Yeah,
what
it
you
was
were
complete
getting.
or incomplete. Either way,
Yeah.
like this is what you get though.
Yeah.
And then you move into an era that we still live in today of the ability for patching. Now, it wasn't as big of an issue back in these days as it is now. I feel like it's much, much, much worse nowadays. And as I said earlier in the episode, we would get into a little bit of the pros and cons of more modern gaming. I'm dipping a little bit ahead into like current gen stuff, but like this is just kind of the introduction of it around this time, I feel.
Yep.
Companies can now release incomplete products.
Brutally incomplete.
Brutally incomplete products. And like so many times you purchase a game and it has like a day one patch. Day one patch has become a normal thing.
Yeah.
So like, so, you know, it's like, wait a minute. So you fucking know that there's things wrong, but yet you have a release schedule. You release it anyway. And you just cross your fingers and hope that day one patch will fix things. And then even if it doesn't, you know, we're going to have more patches and more hot fixes and that kind of stuff going on. So.
And you're paying full price. You're paying full price.
You are paying
pre-ordering.
more
People
than
pre-order
ever.
them and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, not just paying full price. Games are moving into the $70 market now.
Yep.
That's like the normal cost of some of the new releases is $70.
Yep. Well, we have an exchange. Like I'm in Canada, right? We have exchange and then tax on top of that. A game is $100 for me now. $100.
It's insane.
It's $100. It's like $79.99 or whatever it is, $89.99. Then you throw tax, $100 for a game.
Crazy.
That's why Game Pass is so sick right now for me. Like,
yeah,
it's hard to justify. You pay so much monthly now for Game Pass. You know, every month, like it's the cost of 2 games. Really, I'll play 2 of those games on Game Pass in the course of a year.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
like
it's crazy.
Well, Wicked brings up another good point here is the dawn of the microtransactions. In-game purchases can be made now. So buy your game and then don't forget you can buy more stuff if you want. You don't have to buy it. But you
But
know
you're
it's
gonna.
there. But you're gonna. But you're
But
gonna.
you're gonna.
Yes, you're gonna. You know, we know you. You know, you're here because you
Yeah.
have an addiction. You're gonna buy this stuff.
Dangle the carrot. Yeah.
But then I mean, obviously, you know, there's cosmetics and that kind of stuff, which I have no qualms with cosmetics being a per transaction thing. You know, it's whatever. But
Yeah.
you start getting games that are extremely greedy, like your Star Wars Battlefronts and that kind of stuff, where like specific characters and stuff are locked behind paywalls.
Yep.
And it just
Getting dirty.
greed it runs rampant in the gaming industry.
Yep.
And I do believe that this is the era that we're on, that we're talking about, where a lot of this started, and it's just been a slippery slope into where we are today. But this was the dawn of it. This is where it first occurred.
Yep.
So
For sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, this started my Xbox fucking career, I guess.
Yeah.
Was the 360.
Yeah. Well, and you're still to this day an avid Xbox guy. Like you even have the thing right there by your tower. You know, your Xbox.
Yep. Got the tower.
So
I got the 360. I've had Xbox One, a One X, and now a Series X. I've got fucking one of all of them.
So I had the 360, then I went to PS4. Spent a long time on PS4. I do have a specific game that is my favorite at PS4, and I'll just go ahead and throw it out there now. Ghost of Tsushima, which was later in the generation, I know, but oh my god, that is the first game that in a long time that I remember sitting down and doing full-on 100% achievement hunting on. I did 100% of it, and oh man. What a fantastic! It was beautiful. It had a fantastic story. The controls felt good. The gameplay was good. Just really loved that game. So that was a favorite for me for the PlayStation 4 era. But
nice.
That was Wicked's Rainbow Six Siege days. So
yes.
All right.
Xbox One, and
And you were a Siege player too, right?
Yeah. Okay. Put a lot of time into that when that came out.
Okay.
Played the beta, loved it. I love the tactical, gameplay. I played Call of Duty so much, right? And it was just TDM, run and gun, dying constantly, and I just got I got angry. Like I was getting ragey. Still too. But I was like, man, I'm not enjoying this. It turned like when Call of Duty started, it was like a little more tactical.
Yeah.
And everybody talked online, right? You would just jump in and everybody talked. There wasn't parties. You just met everybody on your team.
Mm-hmm.
You were making friends and whatever else. Like you just talked to whoever, and it wasn't as toxic as it was now. But anyway, that stopped happening, and then it just turned into running and gunning and nothing tactical at all. Like you used to call shots, you used to like stay where people were. Like it was super. Call of Duty was totally different than it was now. It is now. And then when Siege came out, I was like, man, you've got one life per round. It's, attack and defend. It was just totally different. It was just a different shooter than Call of Duty. And you really had to take your time and work together and be tactical. And so when me and a bunch of friends got into it, it was just so much fun. I just played it so much. So, anyway.
Well, I mean, clearly, as you know me, I'm not a PvP guy, so I never got into Siege.
Yeah.
I have tried Siege with some friends who wanted me to jump in now, and
it's too hard. It's
the learning.
I know we tried to get you in there.
The learning curve is a little bit high now because I mean everybody that's in there is like an expert. So
it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Very difficult. Yeah, JC tried Siege. It wasn't her game. JC, I feel like you're probably in the same boat as I am, though.
Yeah,
like
it's one of the steepest
we're too far behind.
Yeah,
so
one of the steepest learning curves. I'll say.
I will say that like I've watched plenty of you guys play it, and it's a really enjoyable game to watch because of that tacticness of it. Call of Duty is fine, but it's watching the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over, and it gets boring. I feel like Siege games differ enough per game.
You have to plan and work together. It's really cool to try and take everybody down. So, yeah. We got it back. So the Wii U came out.
Oh yeah,
We'll go back
yeah,
here.
yeah.
The Wii U came out. That kind of flopped. That had
Yeah,
the
it
little
was not a
screen
success.
there.
Yep.
And PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. That was all 2012, 2013. And then, like you said, we started getting into like discs that were like Blu-ray based, that they could put more data on a disc. And we didn't have like multiple discs and stuff like that.
Yep.
So
yeah, the Wii
that
U,
was
the
that
Wii
kind of
U
thing.
is another fumble.
Yeah.
So Nintendo comes back with the Wii. They fumble with the Wii U, obviously.
Yeah. PS4, Xbox One, 2013. That lasted a long time. Those consoles were around for a while before the next gen kind of started hitting.
Yes.
Specific Xbox One stuff. Shadow of Mordor. I love those games.
I remember that.
Cool.
I remember that.
Dead Rising 3. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Mad Max. Arkham Knight.
So you like the Mad Max game?
It got repetitive. It's super repetitive.
Yeah, it was still good, but it was kind of a cool concept. Like you're building your car up and stuff. It was neat.
Yeah,
it was.
I liked it. Oh yeah,
I waited till it was free to play, so I mean, like that made it a little bit better, you know. But
Absolutely.
like it was a fun game. It was good.
Repetitive.
Yeah. Which is a problem with a lot of games that I have, like the repetitiveness. But that's a whole nother episode. Games themselves is like a whole nother episode, I feel.
Yeah, true. 2017, the Switch drops.
Yes.
So, still successful to the day.
Hugely successful.
You're talking 6 years later.
Yes.
Still dominating for what they're doing.
Again, Nintendo went in staying Nintendo and having innovation and unique games.
Yeah.
You mentioned it earlier with the big points for Nintendo Switch. You could plug it in, play on a TV, or if you're on the go, you can pick it up and you can play it as a handheld.
Yeah,
so
it's crazy.
That was
and like
huge.
Multiple people, right? Multiple people. Like you just fucking okay. I want to play with other people. Okay, just take the fucking
take your
right
control off.
And then you can play it like this and like.
Yep.
It's got a fucking kickstand and like you know what I mean. Like it could do 3 different things. Like
mine used to have a kickstand, but I also have children, so it doesn't have a kickstand. Mine used to have a kickstand.
It's wild what it could do. So
it's a very versatile thing. Like Wicked said, you know, as soon as he got a Breath of the Wild dropped, huge.
Yeah.
Again, Nintendo leaning back hard into its characters. Okay.
Right.
Mario Odyssey comes out. Breath of the Wild comes out. So we're bringing back Zelda. We're bringing back Mario.
And they're bangers. Both like high, like top 10 out of 10 reviews. Like perfect masterpiece games.
Yeah.
Like crazy.
Yeah, it's like it's unheard of. Like
game of the year.
Games of the year, yes. And I mean honestly,
going up against Xbox and PlayStation and Zelda, game of the year. Like crazy.
And then we have like even talking about like today's, and you know, like we just have a new Zelda release. They literally, it's like the same map as Breath of the Wild with like a couple of additional layers, and people are eating it up. I have. It's a good game. You know what I mean? It's really fun. They've introduced some new concepts, new things. It's really good.
Yeah.
Well, like literally, they're just almost like re-releasing the same shit back to you. Be like, eat it up again.
Yeah, do it again.
And we're all like, yes.
Here's seconds.
Game of the year one more time. We love you, Nintendo. So good.
Yeah.
Like, but no, they lean really hard into coming up with a new piece of creative technology, how you can play it, where you can play it, and leaning into the nostalgia factor. Because a lot of us that grew up on, you know, with some of the original Nintendos were hitting those like, you know, late 30s, mid 30s, like age and these recognizable things that we were like, oh, I want to experience that again, but as something new. So those member berries, as South Park would call them, so like they just, their marketing is on point. They know what they're doing. Nintendo continues to pave the way on their own path, just doing their own thing and succeeding.
Yep.
But we do still have Xbox and PlayStation. If the original Nintendo or the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis was the original console war, they were like the Vietnam of console wars. And like, I feel like PlayStation and Xbox are like the Cold War that just go
Is
on.
that another nugget?
Many...
Is that another Mike nugget that you've been holding on to?
No, it's not. I just thought of that.
The
I'm
Vietnam,
just thinking about it.
The OG.
Yeah, but it feels like, because like it's just like so long and so, you know what I mean, like so out there, and it's like two hugely dominating world powers that are just never gonna give up, so it's I don't have either of the current gen consoles.
Okay,
so
I got the Series X.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Graphics are unbelievable these days. They're coming out like, I know PlayStation has some exclusives too that you just watch the videos and it's just mind blowing how far we've come.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. And you're talking 4K and like we were saying, like 120 frames per second and stuff like that. Like stuff looks so smooth and like realistic now. It's crazy. And some of the facial stuff that they're doing, like, it's just wild.
Like the characters that you play with or play as in games, you recognize the actor.
Yeah.
Like, even if you didn't know who it was before, you look at it, you're like, oh, I know that person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. It's just crazy. So yeah, it's
well, graphics are literally moving they have moved now to a point where the graphic capabilities are finer than your eye can recognize.
Right.
Like, just think that we've moved beyond that. Graphics have moved beyond human evolution now.
Trust us, it's clearer than you can even imagine. You can see.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't even tell how clear this shit is.
Yeah. Yeah, what a gimmick. What a selling point. No, we just keep making it better. You can't even tell that we're making it better, but it's fucking better. Trust us. Like sitting there with their cigars, you know what I mean? Well worth another $100. When evolution catches up, you're gonna be fucking glad you bought one, okay?
Crazy.
It is.
Crazy.
It is insane. It is insane. But yeah, I agree. Again, the big detriment that I feel is, excuse me, companies releasing a worse product as far as software and gaming. And that doesn't mean like it's every game, but like the temptation is there for every company to just patch. And I feel like that's both a good and bad thing. It's good that companies are able to patch games and make improvements, but it's bad that they use it to release inferior products.
Right.
So it's just my opinion on current state of software, but the consoles themselves are absolutely freaking amazing what their capabilities are.
Yep.
I mean,
wild
realistically, if you think about it, they say that the cell phone that you have in your pocket is 100 times stronger than the computer that landed a rocket on the moon. Well, like we are playing games. Like somebody right now is playing San Andreas beating up a prostitute on a computer more powerful than the Apollo missions. So like that's how far we've come as a society.
Good use of technology.
Good use of technology. We love it. So
nice.
So I don't have an opinion on like games for the newest series.
I don't know.
I feel like they're so new anyways. It'd be kind of hard to, we're going to have several more years of games releasing on it. So specifics, like, I don't know. Some of the Forza stuff is pretty
pretty wild. Like the cars and the racing. Like I think they went to Mexico and actually like filmed places and like the water and all that's like legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just facial stuff. Like some of this,
Yeah,
like, it's just crazy what
they're capable of.
For Horizon on PlayStation.
I was gonna comment that like I really enjoyed watching Horizon Zero Dawn, like or not Zero Dawn, but the new one, Forbidden West, I believe.
West.
Yeah. Like, Bear Plague was playing that one, and it's really good. Yeah,
the graphics
looks good.
Stuff,
it looks really good.
It's gonna be neat to see where we're headed with all that.
Right.
Yeah.
We're through the first part of the episode.
You look tired. You look like I'm losing.
No, no. You're not losing me. I'm good. I'm just right. Fucking chilling. I'm just relaxed. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm just getting comfortable. All right. No.
We've only done the first page. We're at 3 hours.
Jesus. To be honest with you, though, I think that was like the
yeah.
meat.
We filled
that
a
was
lot.
the meat.
We crammed a lot in there. Yeah, that's true. We said that too.
Yeah. A lot of this stuff is stuff that we thought about later, and we're like, oh shit, we didn't even include these things.
Yeah, that was just home consoles. This is the evolution of gaming. We're only just done.
Yeah. Oh
man. So part of gaming is obviously handhelds.
Yeah, portable.
And now if we go
gaming
back in the timeline a bit, one of the first ones would have been Game Boy.
Yes.
So I definitely had a Game Boy.
Yep. I had a Game Boy, but then I know they came out with a color one too, and I didn't have the color one, but I had the original Game Boy.
I think I might have a color, and then I had Game Boy Advance where you actually like flipped it up. I had one of those.
Okay, I know what you're talking about, but never had one myself, and I never had the Sega one either.
And then the DS opened up as well.
Like it's so bad that I can't even remember like what game I had on Game Boy.
Game Boy?
I might have actually had Tetris.
Kirby's Dream Land. I remember Kirby's Dream Land.
Okay.
There was a Ninja Turtles one. It was like the Revenge of the Foot.
Oh yeah, okay. I did have Revenge of the Foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely had Tetris again on Game Boy.
I remember playing Tetris on Game Boy, but that was about
Ninja
it.
Gaiden. I remember a Ninja Gaiden.
Okay.
Yeah, stuff like that. I remember that big magnifying glass light thing. You slide the light on and then flip the magnifying glass up. You can play in the dark and have the light on it and stuff. So a Game Boy would have come out, and then again another little war was the Sega Game Gear.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. That would have been the handheld battle at that time.
Yes.
I always wanted the Game Gear because it was like color and it was.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I always wanted one. I never got one.
Game Gear.
But they came with a much higher price tag, if I recall.
Oh, okay.
I think that was a big part of the. And I know Sega just kind of fell off the map completely, anyways. But I do feel like a part of the losing battle there was the price tag on it. It was much higher than the Game Boy. Also, Game Boy came out first, I believe, so it was already well established.
Right.
Had the games. It was just like a familiar brand thing, I think.
Yep.
And so yeah, I don't even remember any of my friends having the Sega Game Gear. Like I remember its existence, but I never knew anybody that actually owned this thing.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, Game Boy was always the dominator in those early years. I remember that.
Right. Yep. I did have another little show and tell here.
Oh, I'm excited.
The next one I would have had was the PSP.
Ooh, okay. All right.
And I forgot how small this thing was. After playing on the Switch,
it looks like the size of your Xbox controller.
It's like the size of my phone. It's the size of my iPhone 11. It's the size of my iPhone 11. That's fucking crazy.
Nice.
I'm watching us. I've got us up so I can see you when we pull stuff up. But like, that's my iPhone, and that's the PSP.
Nice.
Same fucking size.
Same size.
That's crazy. Little joystick. I always thought that was sick. Like this is like a little mini joystick.
So what?
And then like this had like UMDs. Like that was the game.
I was just going to ask. Like,
Media Disc.
Okay, all right.
So you'd put those in, and yeah, it's felt like delicate as hell.
Oh my god.
And you'd put the disc in. Like, look how sensitive all that looks.
Yeah. Oh god, what a nightmare. that that just seems like an accident waiting to happen right there.
Right? Like, you can't give that to little kids.
No, it's gonna get banged up and destroyed in no time.
Yeah. So I had the PSP.
Okay. Well,
Then there was a PS Vista, right? We said.
Yeah, we did skip over the Nintendo DS. We did skip over the DS.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to bring that up because I know the Nintendo DS and then moving into later the 3DS were pretty successful. I actually have one for our son, the 3DS, and the 3DS is pretty
Multiple
good.
Screens, right?
Yeah,
multiple screens, touch screen.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice little system. It's durable. I will say, like it feels like it's made pretty durable. I remember like we have like the Pokemon games on it. There's a good amount of games that you can get on. So DS/3DS, I feel like were a relative success after the Game Boy.
For a long time, up until like the Switch and stuff came out, right? Like that was the handle of the DS. Huge.
Yes. Yep. No, the the DS and the 3DS were massive hits, big hits.
Yeah.
And then obviously PSP, PS Vita, one of those things. Vita.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Nothing about that one.
I don't know shit about that one. I was gonna bring it up because I did look up a picture, but I never played that one.
I don't know what the big upgrade was. I think it was more online. You could download games maybe more. I don't know what the big difference was.
Yeah. I mean, it's just it just seems like the next upgrade for the PSP, but I remember we were talking I'm so lost. I lost track on here now, but like it was a massive flop. Like there was no
I don't
success
remember anybody
with it.
buying that one.
No. Huge flop. And so obviously that kind of killed it for
you could take your PS4 game on the road. I could play baseball on the PS4 and load your game on the Vita. Oh, that's cool.
Okay, all right.
That's pretty slick.
But correct me if I'm wrong, it was a flop.
Yeah.
It was not a popular thing. No. So and I feel like especially being like a PS4 thing, we're edging ever closer to like the Switch era. And the Switch would have just drove that thing straight into the ground. Like no questions asked. It's like no. Get out of our territory.
PlayStation, just do what you're doing and get out of the handheld in the game.
Yes. But we do have the current ones, obviously, being the Switch that we've talked about already. Kind of got into the Switch already because it's kind of a it's kind of a hybrid. It's a home console, but it's also a handheld. So huge advantage on that. But now we also have the Steam Deck.
Right.
The only interaction I ever had with the Steam Deck was with Jarzy. Jarzy came and visited me for a couple days. He brought a Steam Deck along with him, and absolutely beautiful. I mean, amazing handheld.
Cool.
So would I invest in a Steam Deck if I had the extra funds? Absolutely. It seems 100% worth it. I think he was playing. I want to say like it wasn't Witcher, was it? Something like Witcher or something like that. Some kind of bigger RPG game.
Yeah.
And oh man, just gorgeous. it looked gorgeous. Right. You know what I mean? Like it was like if you know Nintendo has its recognizable brands and that kind of stuff. You know, like that's what you're playing on the Switch, and Steam Deck seems like it took that like high end graphical ability and finally put it in your hands.
Yeah.
And so still a different market than Nintendo.
Right.
But definitely Xbox and PlayStation better just leave it alone. Let Steam have its thing, you know?
Yeah. So I don't know. For people that don't know, because it's fairly new, the Steam is a program on your computer, right? That basically you can buy pretty well games on a computer, right? That's where you go to is Steam
Yeah.
is the program. That's where all
Oops.
games, mostly games, are on PC.
Yeah.
So the Steam Deck is basically a fucking handheld little computer to only play computer games handheld.
Yeah. I just
Yeah.
pulled it up on the web here for us.
Yeah,
So this is Steam
fairly
Deck.
new, right? Like it just kind of came out.
Yeah,
Last
only a couple of years, or
year,
one
couple
year or
years.
so.
Yeah, it's fairly very new. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it comes with a $400 price tag. But
So does the Switch still.
yes, it does. It
Crazy.
does. It is true. That's not
It's
wrong.
crazy.
But we're talking about you could play like a majority of the games on your Steam library on it. That's
Right.
Exactly. So like if
It's
you're
really
able to
cool.
play it on your computer, it's interchangeable. Whereas your Switch games are locked strictly on your Switch and
Right.
they don't have a lot of versatility. So I do feel like Steam nudged its way. It's stepping on Nintendo's toes a little bit, because like
Right.
Nintendo made that very first like TV to handheld console, and now Steam's like, hey, check us out. All those games you play on your computer, you can play them on handheld too.
I wonder if that's why I never even looked at it, because I'm a console guy, right? So
Yeah.
I never even really looked at the Steam Deck.
Yeah.
It was a lot. Like I just got the Switch. I just got the Switch like this year.
Oh,
It's
really?
been for like 6 years, and yeah, I've mostly been Xbox. I thought it'd be cool to play like Tetris 99 and some things on the Switch. I never really jumped on getting the Switch, so I think that's why.
We bought the Switch a couple of years ago for the kids, a few years ago, and like I didn't play it that much. I played it, get the occasional games on it. Like the newest one being Zelda, but like even the kids didn't play it very much for a while. But then like they slowly started to get into like they play a little bit of Fortnite. We got him for his birthday, like Luigi's Mansion, that kind of. So now the kids like dominate it, and they have like kids YouTube they can get on there and that kind of stuff. So the Nintendo, we do have a Nintendo, but we've only had it for a couple of years. We've not had it kind of same as you. I haven't had it like since release or anything like that. But just once it became relevant for our family, I ended up getting it.
Nice.
So
nice.
Yeah.
That's the handhelds.
It's kind of the handhelds. Yeah, the handhelds is a much shorter. I mean, they are a much shorter history. It's not just our, that's not just our experience with it, but it's just kind of a shorter history in general. It's always been a smaller market for the creative teams, and therefore just not a whole lot more to say on it, I guess.
Right. Yep.
But we do have for the next up, we have VR, virtual reality.
Yes.
Something.
Quite the friggin' span.
Yes. And this is
to go from the Magnavox where we started this conversation to VR,
virtual reality and augmented reality.
It's crazy to see how far.
It's insane.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. No. Don't apologize. But yeah, virtual reality. I just kind of got my first taste of it a little bit not too long ago. Ellie's brother has a VR headset, and I think it's like a Quest or something like that, like an Oculus, I believe is what it is. And the kid's showing me like flying an airplane. He's like, oh, take off in this airplane, and I'm like flying around an airplane. I was playing a shooter game on it. And like he was like put me in the shooting range and like showed me like how to reload and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, this is fucking cool, like it's so cool.
Really cool.
But like let's I guess before we get too far ahead, I mean if we're gonna do historically, we should do historically. We talked a little bit ago about the Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy. Yes.
Yeah.
So we have the Virtual Boy, which was I mean, is that like the dawn of virtual reality?
OG VR.
Yeah. So we have the Virtual Boy back in the day. That you had a little like you'd strap this monstrosity on your head.
I think it sat on the table.
Well,
I don't think you
I'm
actually
looking at
put
a
it on
picture
your
of a guy that has it on his face right now, but maybe
Well,
that's
yeah, I'm sure
fake.
somebody did
Like
that, but I'm pretty sure
this guy
it had
is
a
sitting on a
fucking
table.
kickstand.
Okay.
Yeah, it came with a
Okay.
kickstand, and you put it on the table.
Okay. Well, that idiot just strapped it to its face.
There was another thing,
Okay.
and I do not remember what it was called. And if you find it, you're amazing.
What
It
do you
was
got?
a thing that you put on your head,
Okay.
and there was a tiny little piece of glass over one eye.
I know what you're talking about.
What the fuck was that called?
It was Nintendo.
Was it? And it like just covered one eye, and it had like little red things.
Wasn't it?
Like the people was like fighting, and you held the controller. Was it SNES? I thought it was a completely separate thing. What was that called? Yeah, like a bazooka scope thing. You put it on. It had just a piece of glass.
Laser scope?
And you could like see it.
I feel like this is it.
I didn't think it was Nintendo.
It is. It's a laser scope. You'll have to tell me if this is what you're thinking, because this is what I'm thinking of.
It's too small.
Oh, hold on. It isn't there.
I don't know.
I made it bigger, as big as I could.
Maybe.
There's a little glass eyepiece.
Yeah.
This is what I'm thinking of.
And it played games on it like that?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
The Konami laser scope's the head-mounted light gun used and licensed for the Nintendo Entertainment System, original Nintendo. Designed for the game Laser Invasion, known as Gunsight in Japan, works with any game compatible with the NES Zapper. Voice-activated, firing a shot whenever the wearer says fire.
Really?
Yes. Are we thinking the same one, or is there a different one you're thinking?
I don't know if that was it, but I don't.
I remember this one.
I took a
that
big
was
jump
regular.
back.
That
this
was
is
regular.
like my VR thing that I was trying to think of.
All right.
I don't remember it for Nintendo. I thought it was a completely separate.
Zapper 2.
I don't remember. Okay, hold on.
What you got?
The fuck is... No, that's not it. R-Zone.
Oh.
The R-Zone. Yeah.
So it's like a handheld.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Interesting.
95, discontinued in 97.
Yep. So it was its own console. Yeah.
Yes, thought so. Okay. Sorry.
You're okay. You're all right. This was worth it. All right. R-Zone.
So VR has come leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
In the last few years. Like,
yeah.
I have an Oculus Quest. They're already talking Quest 3, and the graphics are like unreal.
Yep.
That's completely standalone. You don't need cameras. You don't need a PC. You don't need anything. It is all on just the headset, which is really neat. And that was like the big thing for the average person to just pick up, right? Because beforehand, you needed like $3,000 worth of equipment and a crazy PC and this crazy headset to try VR.
Yeah.
And when this stuff started coming out, it was a lot more affordable for people to try it.
Yeah.
And it was right around the time when PlayStation did their VR, and you could just plug it into your PS4, right? And it was another add-on kind of thing. And
yeah. So but then you had to have the PlayStation or to plug this in. Yeah.
Right. But Yeah, totally immersive.
So
There's a game where you like walk on a plank. If you look up Richie's plank experience, hilarious. I've played that game with so many family members and freaked them the fuck out because you're literally standing in a room. You could be like, I'm sitting here talking to you, and you throw people in that headset. You were in the same room talking to me the exact same way you were before the headset was on your face. But as soon as you put that thing on and you make people walk on that plank, they freak.
whoops.
They freak. They totally forget that you're in their like, you know what I mean, in the same room as people. It's unbelievable. It's a super cool experience to do in VR, but you go up in the elevator and then you are standing out on this giant freaking skyscraper, and all there is a plank. And people actually get like a real piece of wood,
Yeah,
put it
that's what
down in
they're
front of
doing
them, and actually walk out it.
Oh man.
And you can actually step to the side and fall, and it just goes white when you hit the ground. But like, you completely forget you're standing in your living room, and people freak.
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable. It's so neat, but like, you completely forget where you are because it's completely surrounds you, and the depth perception and everything is legit. Another game I have is ISS, the International Space Station, where you can
Okay.
actually go out. If you look, yeah, you can go out in your moon suit and just fly around space. You can go and grab onto the thing and push yourself off, and you'll fly through space just like the astronauts. But you're standing in your living room. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy how realistic it makes everything
That's awesome.
feel. Even though it's graphics, even though it's like low quality graphics,
Yeah.
you can tell you're in a game. It's not real life. But what your brain does seeing that, you completely forget you're standing in your living room.
Yeah.
Or whatever. It's crazy.
So
Just
I
crazy.
was, and just like even as a more practical thing too. I mean, obviously we're talking about gaming here for the main purpose, but practicality purposes, I was at a doing like a job fair kind of thing the other day, presenting our company, and was at a training center, and the class that they had in there at the time was electricians, and I walked into a classroom, and these guys all have Oculus headsets on. And you know, you go like you can hear it talking, you know what I mean? So these electricians are on a job site, on a job site. And like they're all wiring in like circuit breakers or something. So you could see them all like all these guys are like just like this with their Oculus headset, and you could hear it talking, and it's like telling them like when you connect this wire, you're gonna have this much amperage draw off at blah blah blah. Like so like they're literally conducting some of their training classes for crafts and trades via virtual reality now. I got to put one on, and it was more of like a safety one. It was like, man, this is freaking cool, Like I'm doing a freaking safety training thing right now, and like you put it on, it's like you said, you kind of you lose track of where you are. You do because like I put that headset on, and it was like this is a job site. Like I'm like on a job site, and it was like you're going around and checking safety hazards and that kind of stuff and marking them. And just freaking amazing, man. Just what you could do with it now. So compared to what we just looked up with, the little bazooka thing hanging over your eyeball on a handheld console to the virtual reality that we have today, the augmented reality that we have today.
The field of view, I don't know how to explain it. It's so different playing on a console on a TV, right? And it is a screen in front of you.
Yeah.
When you put on that headset, the scale of everything can be lifelike or bigger. You can, like, one of the first games that kind of came out on that thing was a Star Wars thing. Like you're playing whoever, a Jedi or whatever, and like Darth Vader, you're going against Darth Vader and stuff like that. There's times where you're like in a ship you've been captured. One of the first, like you're captured and you're like standing at the thing and you can't move, and then all of a sudden, like this door swings open and Vader just comes like right up to you and he's talking like right in your face, like he's right there. It's like crazy. And then another part of it is you're on like this platform and it's like flying through a cave. The scale of the cave is like goes on for miles. Like you feel like you're in your fucking living room. Like my couch is right there. But like when you put that thing on, like there's like this huge cave and there's this castle way off in the distance and there's all these droids are coming and running at you. Like it's huge. It's like you're in this whole other thing. It's wild how it can transport you like that.
It immerses you.
Insane the scale.
You're instantly immersed into a whole new world. You really are.
Yeah.
It takes you in there. As crazy as it's if you've never experienced virtual reality, try it.
There's a lot of arcades. Look them up. If you can look in your area, find a VR arcade. They're big now. Go. Like you go for like a couple hours. You can, you pay for an hour session or whatever. Go try it. It is unlike anything you've ever done before. It's crazy.
No, it really is cool.
Pretty cool stuff.
Very cool. Very cool.
We go big.
I know we don't mess around on this show.
No, we're gonna break. We're gonna shatter our record.
Probably.
We don't have to go too deep into some of this stuff, but we thought we'd want to touch on
a few things to touch on. Wicked, if you're still here, you talked about Doom earlier. We've reached the point of talking about Doom. It's the start of the first-person shooter era.
Yeah, the very beginning. And I remember watching another documentary thing. I can't remember what part what it was in, but it talked about how they had to kind of figure out how to develop someone being on one computer. This was like online, right? Like online multiplayer. The beginning of online multiplayer, like team deathmatch, right? Was like Doom. And I remember them trying to figure out the coding of how to do something on one screen, like shoot, and then how to get it to react on another screen as you are the other player being shot at. And the coding and stuff like that went into that was just like crazy.
It is.
To try and figure that out, right?
Yep.
And think of what we do now. Like, it's wild.
But now they make hitboxes down to the smallest minute detail.
Right. Yeah.
It's crazy. Now it's not even like what does it register when you hit the other player? It's like, you think of games like Tarkov, like you hit the person's right arm, left leg, left leg, stomach, thorax, head. Like they're dissecting all the different parts and registering hitboxes, and you flinch. Your character gets hit and you flinch like you've been hit.
Yeah.
So it's wild how far that's come as well.
But first-person shooter, like at the very that's like the beginning of that whole thing and how big it is now, right? Like we talked about the Call of Duty and everything, right? Like the whole Doom was kind of one of the first big shooter kind of things, right?
Yep.
And again, look at where we are now with that kind of genre, right?
We did leave one, like I did mention, like, and I guess I knew we were coming up on first-person shooters and stuff. But like we talk about Call of Duty a lot. You know what games I miss? Like the old Medal of Honor games. I don't know if you ever played those, but like Medal of Honor was like kind of a contender for Call of Duty during like Call of Duty 1 and 2 before it was online. Yeah. There was Call of Duty and then there was Medal of Honor. And I was a big Medal of Honor fan. I loved those games.
Nice.
So yeah, but just another FPS, just another one out there. And
at the time, Doom was huge, right? And it was like all like floppy disk.
Yeah.
Like everybody was trying to get their hands on it. It blew up. Like Doom was massive because of like first kind of online multiplayer, like playing with your friends, working as a team, like Doom TDM, Team Deathmatch. That's where that came from, right? Deathmatch was Doom. That's where that name comes from. It's crazy to think how far that's kind of come, and Doom's still making games now. Like the Doom genre is still still a thing now. Still making new
Oh yeah,
games.
new games,
2016 was
remasters,
awesome.
like
Remastered.
huge successes of games. You can see that the demand is obviously still there. But I guess we should state, that we've kind of some of this stuff here. We've actually, this is kind of some PC gaming stuff. And I know
Right.
we've touched a lot on it, as we've talked about with like graphics and that kind of stuff. Like we've excluded a lot of PC talk here because a lot of the history of gaming falls onto the consoles. I feel like PC gaming is more of a recent thing to where it's a common household item. At least I'd say, I don't even know if I could accurately say where it's maybe early 2000s and beyond, where PC gaming is more common in the household.
Right.
But but yeah, so you mentioned floppy disks. I feel like it's important that people understand what a floppy disk is. A floppy disk is the original PC game disc. The big floppy disks that were like giant like rectangles. They were literally like go like that. They were literally like floppy. I remember playing some Oregon Trail on those bad boys. Oh, I loved some Oregon Trail back then.
I don't remember a lot of those, no.
Oh man, you died of dysentery constantly. Dude, like you were just trying to make your way across America on the Oregon Trail, and you either died from Indians, you died from not being able to get food or water, or you got sick and died of dysentery. Like they literally have like oh my god, they literally have like stickers and T-shirts made for Oregon Trail that like it shows like the old school graphics, and it's like you died of dysentery. They have a new one. Ooh,
there you go.
I should play the new Oregon Trail sometime. Of course he does. Gamer, you own everything.
Yeah.
You have a lot of games, sir. So first person shooters.
Next one you kinda,
The next bullet point we have here is the introduction of like the MMOs. Again, we're still kind of on the PC kick here. Early 2000s, 2005, I believe. World of Warcraft comes out. Probably one of the very first MMOs, massive multiplayer online game, where you just have huge groups of people meeting online, creating different characters, forging your own journeys while in the same world as other people, occasionally meeting up and doing dungeons and raids together. Some of these that have, extremely difficulties and require tons of coordination. You see the formation of like raid teams, and everybody remembers the old Leroy Jenkins video for World of Warcraft. Like if you pay attention to that video, it's actually kind of funny because you listen to about 20 or 30 seconds of a guy like strategizing. It's like, okay, so we're going to go in here and we're going to do this, and then we're going to need these people to do this. And, we've calculated our probability of survival rate is pretty good. And he's like, asks another guy in the radio, like, can you crunch the numbers for me on this one more time? And the guy's like, yeah, but this. And all of a sudden you just get like one guy who's just like, Leroy Jenkins, and just runs in and wipes the entire team because he just fucking ran in and did it, cracks me up so much. But like, this is where you really start to see the forming of like online gaming groups, and these MMOs, the massive multiplayer online games, which is kind of leading to where like kind of how we all meet, you know what I mean? Like these kind of games, I think, again, a lot of speculation here on how things occur, but like the demand for interconnectivity across the internet and in gaming starts to shine. And then we start to have, whenever you talk about like, I forget what Twitch was called before it actually started. Something TV, but like, like a lot of early players on it were like World of Warcraft players. Like it was like an MMO streaming service, you know, whenever it first started. Obviously it branches out pretty quickly and you get a lot of different variations, but yeah, you know, that's, you know, the dawn of the MMO, and that really starts to bring all of us gamers of different genres together.
World of Warcraft, I believe, brought in a whole different group of people, like people that weren't really into games.
Mm-hmm.
People would like get in or try it and then hooked, right? Like
Yeah.
bad hooked. Like you're not going to work anymore. Like World of Warcraft is like crazy how popular that kind of took off.
Yeah.
And people that weren't really into video games, once they tried it, it was like you were living your life through this game, right? Like
Yeah.
it was wild. It still kind of happens where the addictability or whatever, the addictive tendencies to that one,
Yes.
like, were crazy.
And
Crazy.
you're not wrong. That's still an existing thing today. Is like,
Yeah.
that is the type of game that, because we're starting to talk about games that never end.
Right.
It never ends. It never will. And I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm talking
You
about,
don't beat it.
yeah, you
don't
games
win.
that,
There's no credits.
like, yeah, exactly. You know, like you never finish World of Warcraft. You never finish MMOs. There's
keep
always stuff to
leveling
be
up.
doing. You
Yeah.
keep leveling up. You keep getting new gear. Then there's an expansion. There's new gear, and there's a new level cap, and there's new mounts, and there's new this, and there's new cosmetics, and a new weapon, and a ring that I want that has a 0.000001 probability of dropping every time we go fight this boss. And I'm gonna fight that boss until I get it. 2 years later, I'm still fighting this fucking boss. You know, but
Right? Exactly.
like literally addiction, you know, like they understood how to hook people and bring them in and keep them there. Give them something they'll never finish. Like, oh my God, what a fucking genius plan.
Full disclosure, never played it. Never
Okay.
got into it. Never played WoW.
Okay.
Never was my thing. Again, PC kind of thing, right? Like World of Warcraft's not on fucking Xbox. So.
Right.
Sunk a lot of hours into Call of Duty, I'll tell you, but
Yeah.
never got into trying to get that fucking blue tiger camo for 100 headshots. That was me.
Yeah. So I
But yeah.
built my first computer. And I only built my first computer probably 7 or 8 years ago. I've only been gaming on PC for maybe like 7 years now. I built my first computer so that I could play World of Warcraft.
Nice. I'm sure you're not the only one.
No, I did have a computer back in the day that was capable of playing, but I wasn't gaming a lot back then. And just ended up not really using it. My buddy had got a new computer and sold me one. I was like, okay, sure, why not? And like, I just never really got into it. I didn't know people who were playing, you know. So then I end up getting in a group of people who do play, and I don't have one. So then I want to get one. So then I build one, and so you talk about the addiction for World of Warcraft thing. I had to leave World of Warcraft. I had to leave it.
Yeah, it was like ruining marriages. Like it was fucking like people were losing their jobs. They weren't sleeping. Like it was like crazy, the addiction of that game.
I quit playing. So like I leveled a character and then was like, well, I'm going to go through and like play the quests. I quit playing probably shortly after I completed my 4,000th quest. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I was like, I want to go play other things. I want to experience new things. Like I've put so much. Yes. Like, at the time, like I actually work like the current job that I'm at, like I'm a construction worker. So I work long hours and I do shit. But like I was sinking a lot of my extracurricular time into World of Warcraft.
Yep.
And it just never ends, like you said. Like I bet I would put money on it that I was not even halfway through the quests, and that literally had nothing to do with, like, I have one of my big problems. I'm a completionist when it comes to games. Like when I'm really into a game, I like to do all the things. That's not the kind of game you want to be a completionist trying to play. because like you literally like you'll have an item, and I'm not even exaggerating, you know, that has such a, you know, such a percentage of a drop like below 1% that you'll get a drop that you're looking for on a specific thing, and you literally just have to do the same fucking thing over and over and over again. You know, it's ridiculous. But anyways, MMOs, World of Warcraft is brought us all together, started bringing us all together. We're connecting now. We're connecting with people across the world. I think my MMO didn't have quests. You lived in Star Wars. Yeah, that's right. Gamer was a big Star Wars MMO fan. RuneScape was Wicked's. I remember that. Yep. So a bunch of different MMOs out there to completely immerse yourself in and just live in.
But never got into them.
Don't do it.
No, I won't. I don't. Yeah. Well, fuck. I can sit and play Battle Royale all night. That's all I've been doing for years now, right? I've been like Call of Duty, TDM, and all that stuff. Did that. Then Love Siege for like 4 years, like a while. Yeah. And then PUBG dropped, and I'm like, man, that is sick. Like that's my thing, right? Like like I said, again, first down and dirty. I was like, man, if you can land on an island with 100 other people, you're trying to be the last man standing. Yep. That is fucking cool. If you can be 99 other people and come out on top, that is fucking cool. Yep. And that just hooked me. Like I just love it. I love trying to be the last one standing. It's so neat to try and gather your weapons and your gear and just try and survive the fucking storm and other people. I don't know. I can play that. I've been playing it for years. And
so the other reason that I built my PC was also to play PUBG, and I still have never played PUBG.
Yeah, I hated PUBG.
Did you?
It was too clunky for me, and I didn't really like it.
I gotcha.
Fortnite and the Call of Duties and that kind of stuff. I haven't been playing those.
Gotcha.
So Apex.
Yep.
Those. I could sit and play those. I could play rounds of that nonstop for stupid periods of time. Yeah. But you know, you throw Red Dead 2 at me, I'm like, I'm bored.
Really? You and I are very different gamers here. Yeah. Again, our opposites attract that we have. You know. Of course. So here we go. Here we go again. We're bringing it up.
It depends on the game.
It does. Yeah, that's true.
I'm very variety.
Yeah. So looking at a couple of, I feel like we have touched on a few of these items. I know we've talked about iconic characters and stuff like that quite a bit. You know, your Marios, your Zeldas. You got your Doom guy. You know, any other iconic characters that always mean something to you, always come to mind when you think of iconic video game characters? Chat, feel free to throw yours out there.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't really like all just the older ones, like you said. You just mentioned a bunch of them. Lara Croft.
Lara Croft, gave me a whole new appreciation of triangles. Yep.
Like I know I love the games, but like I know like I couldn't tell you the storyline of it, but like the Resident Evils have been around a long time. Like, I know Claire Redfield and Leon Kennedy, and I know those names. Like those
Barry
fucking games now.
I don't even play them, and I know the characters from Resident Evil.
Yeah, like Wesker. You know what I mean? I just like Resident Evil's been around a long time.
Yeah.
Sonic, Donkey Kong, like all that stuff. Like those are all like the OG.
Whatever their name is in Metroid. Metroid's a really recognizable character.
Oh yeah.
The reveal of the female protagonist. Metroid. Turned out she was female the whole time. Yeah. Samus.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, that was a big deal because they end up taking off the armor and it was a woman. Oh. Everybody freaked out. Belmont's from Castlevania. Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell, right?
Splinter Cell.
Yep.
I'm drawing a blank on this character thing, actually.
So some of mine are like, I was a big Destiny fan during the PlayStation 4 era. And another MMO, technically. But still Destiny 2 is big today. I still play the expansions usually. I just haven't played the most recent one because it was garbage. But like I've always stayed with Destiny. So like to me, like characters like Cade Six, Zavala.
Cade was awesome.
Yeah,
Hilarious.
dude. Yeah, he's like he's such a recognizable character.
Yeah. When he died, that sucked.
Have you seen the previews for the newest expansion
coming
out?
Did he live?
There's
Is he still alive?
He's in the newest trailer for the next expansion.
He's alive.
I don't know. The Butcher in Diablo Gamer says, "Listen, gamer, just because the Butcher is currently haunting you." Fresh meat. Yep, exactly. So, now a lot of iconic character. Like I said, I know we touch on a lot of them tonight. So, I just have to say too, like, I know we say characters and we mean like people or but like Tetris. You recognize Tetris blocks, right? Anybody recognizes. You could put a Tetris block on a screen and people will be like, "That's a fucking Tetris block." Like
True.
Pac-Man,
Yeah. For sure.
We talked about the rating system that Sega helped establish and kind of how that came about.
Yep.
Okay, so favorite and least favorite genres. I'm going to kick it to you first. I'm going to make you answer first.
I actually surprised myself thinking about how can I consistently for most of my gaming continue to play first-person shooters. It's the same fucking thing. You have a gun and you're shooting shit. It's the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But I love it. I don't understand how you can just keep... I don't get it. Because I'm like, it's the same thing. It's a gun and you're shooting shit coming at you. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I love doing it. You'd think I'm sitting here like, I tell myself, I'm like, it's the same damn thing. Doom is going to be the same as Doom. Is going to be the same as Doom. Is going to be the same as Doom. I'm like, it's all going to have the BFG.
Yeah.
But it's just different levels and different enemies coming at you at different time. And I don't know. I find I play a lot of shooting.
Yeah.
And it like I said, I'm reflecting nowadays, and I'm like, man, I play a lot of shooters, and you'd think it would be repetitive, but it's not.
Yeah.
So, I've always been into that. Obviously, campaign stuff, like you said. I love Resident Evil games, but I find puzzles interesting.
Okay.
So Tetris, some of the puzzle stuff and thinking, but not huge on it. I'd say shooting more. Like I said, variety. I like racing games too. I've always been in more of a Need for Speed guy than a Forza guy. So I played a lot of like Most Wanted and Underground and those kind of racing games. I'd say those are my I'd say shooters and battle royale, and that is my kind of big thing right now.
Okay.
And if a campaign kind of grabs me, then I pick it up if it's something I'm into.
Yeah.
That's me.
Gotcha.
Not a lot of sports. I don't play hockey or basketball or any of that stuff. I don't do that in real life, so I never really got into sports games.
Yeah.
Any of that.
I did get into sports games for a while. I enjoyed like some of the early 2000s Madden football games. Hockey games I thought were kind of fun. Most recently, the golf game, which is like
golf's cool. Yeah,
golf. I don't know why. It's just so fun. Like we all would get together and just shoot and have some fun and hang out. But yeah.
I liked that Castlevania. The Castlevania was like it's a full campaign. But that was more of like gaining moves, right? So you like unlock a new move, like up, down, whatever the hell, Y, back, and you know what I mean? You're like learning, you memorize the moves.
Yeah.
Devil May Cry kind of had that. Like, so I like those too, but I don't know, just gotta be the right kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess my turn. So my least favorite is anything PvP. I hate PvP so much. And you could put it all in there, okay? You could put your Call of Duty multiplayer, you could put battle royales, your Rainbow Six Siege, even the games that I love to have PvP, like we're playing Diablo right now. I don't want to fucking touch the PvP. Elden Ring has PvP, never once fucking did it. I don't want to play other people. I like playing the games. I like playing against the game. And I feel like that is just my old soul of gaming. Like we talked about earlier, like when you get a disc, that's you play the game. And that's what I like to do. I like to play the game. And like
I think that's the opposite then about us. Is I
think so.
Destroying another person at the same thing.
I don't. And like don't get me wrong, I played Fortnite, you know, Ellie and JC play Fortnite, Gamer, and you know, like a lot of you guys play Fortnite. I've jumped in. Have you and you ever played Fortnite together?
We played on my birthday.
I would say, oh, that's right. I did jump in with your birthday. So like I've jumped in with you guys and played these games. And like I even played Call of Duty pretty hard for a while with everybody. But like eventually it's like I hit this wall and I'm like, I am so fucking sick of this. I don't want to do this anymore. And I just like drop it, never touch it again. So so to me it's practically anything PvP. I just don't enjoy. My favorite, I'm kind of being cheap with my answers here, and I apologize, but like it's not really a genre, but any type of game where I get to uniquely build my character. I'll use like Elden Ring as an example. Elden Ring is the only like Souls like game that I've ever played. Like I played a little bit of the original Dark Souls now, but like Elden Ring, like you start with nothing, or you start as nothing, and like you get to pick like if you want to use spells, what kind of weapons you want to use, like do you want to give yourself more health or more magic or more strength or endure, like just that ability to pick and choose all of those different things really interests me. So like whenever you get to like define your character and play how you define it as, and you know that your experience is different from every other person's experience on the exact same game, I love that. And that's kind of like a big draw for me of like Diablo 4 right now, is I know there's 5 different classes that you can play as. You have all of these different abilities, and everybody can choose what kind of abilities they want to stat towards, and then you grind for the gear that boosts those stats that you're specifically building towards. Like those kind of games just grab me. I love those kind of games. But you know, like you kind of mentioned earlier, and this is something that kind of hits near and dear to me. Like there needs to be a good story, and there needs to be some character customization to it like that. But like a story like Red Dead Redemption, hey puppers, like Red Dead Redemption 2, yeah, right, bores me to death. I play it and I love it, and it looks beautiful, and there's such a huge and robust, wonderfully told story, but like my character never changes. Like I'm just and I feel like I'm doing the same thing over and over again. Like Schwang, I just watched Schwang play a lot of it, and I loved watching him play it so much. Like it was like, but it's like watching a movie. You know what I mean? Like I was enjoying watching his experience in it. But I've tried like 4 or 5 times to play that game, and I can never even get halfway through it. I'm just like, no, I'm done. I can't do this anymore.
See, I loved Red Dead Redemption. I played the whole thing through.
Okay.
Loved it.
Never played that one.
But when 2 came out, I got bored with doing all the crap that I didn't want to do. Like go hunting for the camp and go get resources to make ammo for the camp and upgrade the camp. Fuck the camp.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. I want to go do missions. I don't want to have to worry about what the camp is doing.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Like the immersion was awesome for people that love that kind of stuff. But for me, it just took away from what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And then throw in an open world with a great big map with too many options. I'm just like,
yeah,
I'm going to go play Battle Royale.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what's happened to me in the most recent Zelda too. Is like I really enjoyed it for quite a while, but now like I remember one of the last times I was playing with Wicked, and we were talking about like there's too much to do, there's too much,
Right.
and now I'm like. Now I have again. I keep coming back to saying we talk about Diablo now, but like like I have this game that's a little bit more focused onto what I normally play, and I'm like,
Yeah.
like okay, like I don't have a lot of desire to go back to Zelda. Right? I probably will go back and finish it eventually, but like I feel like the minute I go back there, there's just too much there to do. It's turned into more of a chore than a hobby, and I don't.
Right.
That's when games get ruined for me is when they become a chore. So.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. My dog's been barking all night. You're fine. Loved Undead Nightmare.
Oh yeah, Undead Nightmare was cool.
So yeah, because that was like an expansion,
remember
right?
Yeah, that was cool.
So, anyways, yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. We did talk a little bit about graphic evolution, that kind of stuff. Yeah. So.
It's crazy where they're going.
Do you have a top impressive game, like on top of your head?
I know it's not even a new series, like a brand new next gen thing. It was just an upgrade, but I played like Gears 5, the upgraded part of it when I got the Series X.
Yeah.
And some of those graphics were just unbelievable, like the face and just how whatever playing that on, like a 4K monitor, 120 frames per second. I was just like, holy crap, this is crazy how far it's coming. Resident Evil 8 Village has some crazy part like that was like beautiful.
Yeah.
I can't wait to play the new Hellblade 2.
Okay.
Senua's Saga or whatever. That looks like it's going to be pretty wild to see.
Yeah.
They've been working on that for a long time, and I hope it's good. I'm looking forward
that was a difficult game for me. I couldn't play it.
I played the first one a bit. The audio was really cool.
See, the audio messed with me. I couldn't. I just was like, I can't do this.
Really neat.
Yeah.
I never finished it. I kind of just played parts of it, but
okay.
I'm curious. I think the graphics of the new one look amazing, and I really want to try that.
Okay.
So.
Nice.
Yeah.
Personally, to me, most recently, I would say Elden Ring is a personal favorite of mine. Nice. Both because the amount of detail in all the different bosses, there's like 165 bosses in the game that you can go fight.
Wow.
A lot of them, it does get a little bit, there are a couple of them that are kind of similar looking, but like the amount of detail, there's a map underneath the map, and then at a different point you get teleported somewhere completely different, and there's a whole map over there, and like all of your areas look completely different, and it's, I don't know, like, you can, it's one of those cool games where like whenever you're standing there, if you can look and see it, you can go there. And there's stuff there to do, so, that's and cool. It really was just a really both beautiful, you know what I mean? It just as far as graphics go, it was such a beautiful game. I just really enjoyed going to different areas and just looking, just seeing stuff, you know what I mean? It was amazing.
Yeah, nice.
So yeah. That's no surprise to anybody. Everybody knows I spent a pretty decent amount on Elden Ring for a while there, so
yeah.
So yeah, our next point is us talking about here we be streaming. Different one of the people that I talked about as far as streamers goes when we were playing this out the other day was Dr. Disrespect, and kind of how not how he came to be. He came to be of his own talent and charisma, character, whatever you want to call it.
Created a character.
But he does have a story that's unique. He always refers to himself as the 2-time champ, and he won back in the day. He actually won the Blockbuster gaming whatever back in like 1993 and 1994 or some shit. So like that goes all the way back to like some of our history lesson there, where there was like competitions going on back in like the mid 90s that people that are now kind of famous were competing in as children.
Yeah.
So
crazy. So yeah, it's I don't know. People ask me all the time, like, why the hell do you watch other people play video games? Why do you not go and just play video games yourself? Why do you spend time doing that? And I always say, like, well, you play hockey. Yeah, I play hockey. I like playing hockey. You watch other people play hockey. You watch professionals play hockey because they're that much better at playing that sport than you are, and you want to watch them. Yeah, same fucking thing.
yeah. I enjoy
Like,
watching people do things better than I could do them.
Exactly.
Or just be entertaining while playing things I like,
Exactly. So
yep.
It's not a far stretch to see where streaming has come.
No.
To see how big these platforms have gotten, to see how popular these streamers are when they're very good at a certain game.
Yeah.
It's this whole thing that we're doing here has taken off. It's something like it's a hobby that people have enjoyed for decades.
Yeah.
And you're now being able to share it with everybody across the world.
Yeah.
And then you start being able to make money doing it. Why would you not want to jump on that, right? Like, why would you not like to be able to make this your career when it's something you enjoy doing? Like you said, people sink so much time into WoW, and like, can you imagine getting paid to do that instead of whatever? I'm gonna go check on the dog.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Well, no, like Huey's saying, chat, like, just the ability to do what you love and be able to make money doing so, like that's we all remember growing up, and I'm sure like your parents did want you playing games all the time because it was going to like ruin your brain, and it was never going to amount to anything. You're just wasting your time, blah, blah, blah. But now you have people living full-time careers on the internet. XQC just got paid $100 million for 2 years. Enough said. Yeah. $50 million a year to stream. So that's definitely not a bad deal. So yeah, with XQC getting that kind of money for 2 years, more than LeBron James, yes. Streamer makes more than athletes these days, but and I think that's another part of it is, like I said, just was talking about how, like back in the day, your parents like, don't be wasting all your time on that thing, blah, blah, blah. You're not going to get it. It's like, like for me personally now, like watching professionals do this stuff is like, kind of like, fuck yeah. You know what I mean? Or doing it myself and playing video games. It's like, people can make something of themselves doing this, and it's a passion of theirs, and they can be successful. Yep. Like, there's money to be made in everything, to be honest with you. So
yep. Well, the advertising, when you're talking millions of followers, like that's advertising for companies that they're going to jump all over that, right? When you got millions of people watching what you're doing, you're going to throw fucking money at them and advertising, right?
And just a couple years back, a 16-year-old kid wins $1 million or something for Fortnite.
$3 million.
$3 million. $3 million.
16 years old.
Yeah, people are getting, you had written down, kids are getting college scholarships. There's high school teams you mentioned. That are competing in esports. It's freaking insane.
Mrs. Hugh was just out of school. The teacher took a bunch of students that were on a team together, and they went and did a Mario Kart tournament. Like, instead of being like on the baseball team in high school or the volleyball team in high school, they went and did a Mario Kart tournament. Like, that's crazy. Like, I would have been all over that when I was a kid.
I know, right?
In school. And that's a whole different group of people that, when we were kids, they would have been the nerds. They would have been picked on. They're not the athletes. They're not the freaking, the quarterback of the football team. You know what I mean? These are like the kids that like playing video. That's a whole big thing. Like, those kids were like proud as shit, going to play in the Mario Kart tournament. Mary said, like, that's so good for that group of kids that didn't get recognition like that. You know what I mean? Like, gamer, exactly, right? Like, it was like the football star was like the king of the high school, right? Like, it's nice to see that part of kids getting opportunities like that.
Everybody getting the chance to be recognized for their talents.
Exactly.
You know, you've got your kids that are going to be really good in academics. You've got your kids that are going to be good athletically. And then you have kids that are going to be good at stuff like this, which is,
there's a huge thing with children with special needs. Children with special needs are unbelievable at gaming, right? Because they get so, you know what I mean? They get so immersed in it. They'll just zone in it, and they're like, you don't see, a student with special needs on the, you know what I mean? No, I shouldn't say you don't see them on the football team, but like,
I know what you mean.
That's amazing. That's so good to see.
Yeah.
That, getting opportunities like that to be like on a team and be a part of something like that. Like
that's it. Be a part of something.
Kids with special needs when we were in school were bullied and picked on, and like, you know what I mean? Like, that's awful. Like, it's just really cool.
Yeah, it is very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah. Final point. Quick.
The final point. We are too.
We're at the 4-hour mark.
We just hit 4 hours.
Wow.
But we also have kind of touched a little bit on our final point here too. About like the mandatory online gaming and stuff like that, and how it's kind of been detrimental. So, just a quick pros and cons, to recap my thoughts on it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, what do you think? Like, what does the future look like?
So what does the future look like? Unfortunately, it's going to get worse.
Okay.
You have to look at it. There's, you look at what happened with the ET.
You're probably not wrong. I don't think you're wrong.
No, look at what happened with the ET game. It got so bad that there was I don't think it'll ever reach that point where the video game industry will be in that serious of a decline again. But if we keep buying the games and accepting this level of standard, it's only going to continue to get worse. And if we keep buying it, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. So at a certain point, you have to decide as a group, are we going to stand for this anymore? Or are we going to protest it and demand there be change,
It gets bad at times. Wasn't Cyberpunk, devs are getting death threats and
yes.
It's bad. It is not,
and nobody deserves that level of it. You know what I mean?
No,
it's at the end of the day, it's a fucking video game that you chose to pay money for.
Right.
But what I think is going to need to happen is that there's going to have to be lawsuits. Successful lawsuits, because if a company puts out a product that is inferior to what it was advertised that they sell, that they were going to be selling, we need to win some lawsuits. So these companies need to take a pretty big hit in their profit or their revenue, so that they have to take a step back and start demanding higher grade products before release.
Yeah. Take whatever amount of time you need. Just do it right.
I think a very big example would be the No Man's Sky debacle years back. No Man's Sky. Oh, you don't know this whole story. Okay, so No Man's Sky, the head of that game was going around and promising all of these fucking amazing features. Long story short, upon release of the game, it was one of the top selling expected games at the time. Upon release, it delivered on practically zero of the expectations. There were actual lawsuits, and there were lawsuits against Hello Games, I believe is their name, for this game. Lawsuits that they were losing. They took some pretty bad hits. Now, one thing I can tell you though is the nice thing is Hello Games realized their mistakes and has since just released free after free after free after free expansions and DLCs and patches and that kind of stuff, to where they turned it around. They took the situation and turned it around, admitted how badly they fucked up. They recognized it and tried to make good on those early promises, and probably actually have a better game now than they ever promised before. So like they've done a really good job, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like a lot was learned from that either, because other companies are still just releasing bullshit, you know.
Right.
Despite how bad it was, I love No Man's Sky. I didn't like it on release. It is a better game now, though. I know that for a fact. Alien Colonial Marines was another one that was a fucking disaster. So yeah. Anyways, that's my opinion on how things are going to go, what the future looks like. I don't think it's going to be a good future.
No,
I think we're gonna hit a wall, and something's gonna have to
wild.
happen. And Golem. Look at the new one, Golem, Lord of the Rings.
That's crazy.
That looks like it's a PS1, PS2 release.
Yeah,
for
that's
full price game,
wild.
or no, maybe $40 or something. I don't know. Still, it's not it's not worth $5. So what's your opinion? What do you think the future looks like for gaming?
I agree with everything you just said on that front.
Yeah.
When we mentioned what the future looks like, my brain went to I remember seeing somebody having the VR on, and then it was actually on Dragon's Den a while ago. There was a platform that you stood in, and it had a little ring around you or whatever, like little things, and you could actually run on the spot, and you would run in the game.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Kind of buckled in or whatever, and I thought that was so neat. Like just taking it that one step further.
Yeah.
And now I know they're doing VR, and then you wear a suit, and if you get shot, you feel the bullet.
Yes.
You feel it. You actually get shot. Like that's really like fucking getting immersed in what you're doing.
I would love that. I would love to try that.
If we really need to try, but like when we talked about what does the future look like, that's where my brain went. I was like, man, what the fuck are we gonna do for interactive stuff 10, 15 years from now? Is you're gonna fucking feel it, right? Like it's gonna be, I don't know. That's what I kind of was curious about.
And like I think that like the stand-up thing where you could run around and stuff is freaking awesome. Like I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen those. The problem with that is like I hope that they would never well, it's difficult to have set up somewhere in the house, but also like sometimes you just want to come home and sit down and relax, play a game. So like I wouldn't want to see like all gaming turn into like a extracurricular physical activity. But not all gaming, obviously. But I do think it would be cool to have access to stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
And I just kind of wonder what kind of price tag that would come with.
Oh. Well, Apple just did their freaking augmented reality thing, $3,500. Like, 5, 10, 15 years down the road. That's we're all gonna be wearing an augmented reality, like guaranteed. In our lifetime, we're all gonna be wearing a fucking headset all the time. Be like Wally,
right?
You know what I mean? Because it's gonna be all your apps are gonna be on your friggin' face all the time. It's gonna be in front of you all the time.
Yep.
It'll be your weather thing on the you can like throw it up on the wall. Like that's all like HoloLens. That was what the whole HoloLens thing was. That was like 8-9 years ago. 9 years ago that technology was there, right? You were like taking like an app like your video player and like just throwing it up on the wall. You could make your TV as big as you wanted. You could have like your weather network thing over here and Skype. You were just throwing apps like just in your vicinity in your that was 9 years ago. And I know it was expensive and whatever, but like I don't know. I think that's where we're all gonna end in our lifetime. Like,
it makes sense. I do agree with you.
Ready Player One is coming. Like in our lifetime, think of how far it's come in the last in our lifetime. 36. Like I had Nintendo when I was like 3 or whatever. Like, and we've seen the evolution of computers and all that stuff, and that's only in the last 30 years.
Yeah. I'm 38 years old now, and I used to play Atari. I used to play Pong on Atari. So,
you know,
You know,
come a long way in 30 years. When I'm 60, I'm going to be wearing a friggin' headset all the time.
yep.
You know what I mean? That's what
I'm
I
gonna
think.
look so buff as an avatar when I'm like 80 years
You
old,
are.
dude. I'm gonna be a
Absolutely.
sexy avatar. Tell
Anyway, that's what I
between
think
two streamers when we're 80.
Oh my god, I hope so.
It'll be like we're sitting next to each other. We'll be
We
in our
will.
we'll be in our little augmented
Yeah.
reality thing. We'll be just sitting there chilling, you know.
They're doing that now with the VR and the reality. They took there's a thing where they took a little girl and they put her in a room and they had all the cameras on her, okay? And then they had the father in a different building. And he had the augmented reality headset on. And they hologrammed the little girl with all the cameras to be right in front of him.
Yeah.
And he could interact with her and talk with her and everything because she could see what he was doing. But they fucking they hologrammed her right in front of him.
That's insane.
It's crazy. It's crazy. They had all the cameras on her, and then boom, she was right in front of him as a hologram. And she could talk and interact because all the cameras were on her, and they had the speakers set up. They could hear everything she was saying. It's like she was right there.
That's insane.
And they talked about imagine being able to do that for like soldiers overseas and stuff like that to see their loved ones like right in front of them and stuff like that. Like that's crazy. Crazy. It'd be so wild to see.
We will. We'll see it. It's on its way.
Yep.
The technology exists. So it's just a matter of figuring out all they're doing now. If the technology exists, all they're doing right now is figuring out how to
get it to the masses.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you.
More affordable for everybody.
Yes. They can't distribute something that's only going to go to 1%, you know.
You couldn't do VR unless you had $3,000 for fun to throw at it, right?
Yep.
And now you can get that for $200 or $300.
Yep.
Like it's coming. It's crazy.
All right.
That is the evolution of gaming.
That was a short one.
Every fucking episode.
The trend continues. Oh
my god.
So yeah, we've already touched on it earlier. The next episode is going to be on July 18th, and that is a Sunday.
16th. I have 16th.
Sorry, my eyes hurt. I've been staring at a screen for 4 hours. No, so 16th,
Sunday.
July 16th. Sunday, July 16th. Sunday morning.
Coffee and donuts.
Nothing
stream.
Nothing stream.
There's no plan.
No.
We're just going to
wing it.
Everybody get your coffee and donuts, and we're gonna just let her fly.
Out.
We're gonna hang out. Yeah.
So come and join us on July 16th. And I'm sure it's going to take some weird turns.
We are both very excited for this one.
Yes, I'm very excited. This is going to be a good episode. So
yeah.
It'll probably be like 5 hours long, you guys. So come and join us on a Sunday morning. So.
We'll be waking up and we're gonna pump coffee into us. We're be very awake.
Yeah, usually we're doing this and wearing down by the end of the night. This time we're gonna be like easing into the day
and filling us with coffee.
Oh, Gamer, thank you so much for everybody in chat, for everybody that's been here all night, and for anybody who's stopped by. Thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been another amazing episode of Between Two Streamers that we've had here. It's been a fun one. It's been an educational one. This is a very educational episode, I
feel like it makes sense that this is the longest one because it's like our big hobby, right? It is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is our fucking thing, right? Like,
yeah. This was a big one. We knew this would be a big one. So it does make sense. This is our thing. So
Wicked,
yeah, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Gamer. Wicked Gamer, JC, Toro. I know Mojo stopped by earlier. Everybody. Jarzy. The wives, yes.
Our wives are the true supporter.
I know, right? letting us do this and just talk nonsense just for fun. So, Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to the significant others of ours. So,
Well, yeah, everybody, mark your calendars. We'll see you on July 16th.